Alright guys, I'm I'm still trying to fucking figure out which order these things are in. Where is the Birdman's video? How you guys doing? I guess I can just keep this on the on this menu for a while I wait for you guys to sort yourselves out. Find your ways into the chat. The many chats. Actually, why don't I just hold on a second. Let me just there we go. Alright, you guys see the fire, right? Alright. I don't have my Firefox or stream browser visible. What's my next game for stream? I'm not sure. Fuck. Okay, July 26th goes here. July 30th. July 22nd. July 23rd. 25th. 29th. What's the Pinocchio Souls like?
You rolled on.
Oh, I already had this one. She. July 26th, July 29th, July 30th. All right. I think we got enough pieces. It would be nice, future, if you could, oh, shit. Would be nice if you could, send me on Discord some of that stuff. Or if there's anything you wanna mention about the drama, you can let me know. That would be cool. I have not, like, oh, you're talking about the Lies of P game. Okay. Yeah, I haven't played that ever. Man, now I feel like shit, because I made you guys wait. Made you guys wait all that time for, like, okay. What have you sent me? What have you sent me, Remnant? I'm not even fucking... alright. The doxing drama started off as a bait to get a response for the lols, that's about it. Can you send me the link to the Birdman's, like, the Reddit post? I think also... I'm gonna start off with start the stream off with a reaction to a video that came out, some time ago, actually. But Nightmare, if you could you send me, like, the material of, like, from the Birdman's Reddit, how he responded, and then, like, the stuff on his Discord after he went into, like, lockdown. But before we go into the Birdman stuff, just to, like, wait for people to roll in. Hold on a second. Reddit is private, but I can get the screenshots. Yeah, I think they're in the group chat thing. Okay. For some reason, I can't use, like, archive, like, .is, that website. I need to log into it via, like, Tor. I don't know why. But before we go into any of the any of the Birdman stuff. Let's do just like an opening, where's my mouse? God damn. Everything is a mess today, I'm so sorry. Everyone who's watching the VOD, you are gonna be, jeez. You're gonna be very bored. Everything's a mess. But yes, let me, so this is a video by a very small upcoming creator called Bluddington. Okay. Made a couple videos about Nux and, then a video about Willie Mac Show. Now, if I had more preparation, more preparation for this one, I would have brought up my exchange with Willie Mac Show where he was talking about something, saying some stuff about like how this snark Discord server they've been harassing this one creator for weeks and weeks. And I asked Willie Mac Show, like, okay, it seems like you've come to a conclusion about the nature of this like server, this Discord server. Based on what evidence have you determined that they have been harassing this other creator? And Willie Mac's response to me, and this is real, I might have a screenshot of this somewhere on my computer, but Willie Mac's response, genuinely, was to go, well, God, where is it? I don't think I have it. Willie Mac's response to me, to that question, was to say, well, the Discord server's logo has a skull with CPS written on it. The Discord server's logo proves, material claims about the Discord's contents. Literally judge a book by its cover. Or in the most dumbest way possible. Well, just unite me. Thank you for sending that stuff in my DMs. Could you put that into like an Imgur album and then link it to me, because I can open that much easier in my stream browser. You walk into a CP shop and don't expect to buy CP. Well, Discord servers are a little bit different, because people who have let's say private, friends-only Discord groups. Like I've been on a Discord server that was made for a creator and their circle of friends. That was called Roblox Rape Gang, and no Roblox Rape Gang activity took place on that server. It was just shit posting. But to believe and to rebroadcast claims about something, some Discord server, without any knowledge of what's going on, that's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. But in this video, Bluddington's gonna go over. Let me just link this to you guys as well, before we even start. He's gonna go over some of Willie Mac Show sponsorships, and I'm kind of familiar previously with some of the ones that he's got. He's got he's got the one that's Foom, like this, and it's some kind of essential oil inhaling type thing. It's very fun fact about Willie Mac Show. In the video where he falsely accuses Queeman's community of doxing, he admitted that Ethan Klein paid the security for his wedding. Yeah, I heard about that. But yeah, let's get into it.
It seems like it's been a bit. Willie Mac is a commentary YouTuber who primarily makes videos covering political or politically adjacent content creators, calling them out for their behavior. I don't want to talk about his commentary for now. I'll leave that for a possible future video. Instead, what I have an issue with is his sponsors. Now, this isn't a call for sponsors to drop Willie. No. Quite the opposite, actually. It's for Willie to drop these sponsors. I believe that creators who use their platform to...
So pretty much every content creator just says what makes money? Well, not every one of them, but the incentives are very strong for just like saying what makes money, taking the safest possible position and stuff like that.
Maliciously benefit from their audience and take advantage of them do not deserve a platform. People who run crypto scams generally do not deserve a platform because they are willing to scam their audience for their money. Now, are the audience members stupid? Of course. But that doesn't excuse the creators essentially creating the pitfall for their audience to fall in. Am I calling for Willie to be...
Now, this is actually a very interesting point, because if you guys are familiar with like CoffeeZilla and his like videos, he always paints like, when he talks about like crypto scams and stuff, always paints like this perfect victim type of image, which always kind of feels really weird to me. Like, if you convinced your grandmother to put her life savings into Bitcoin, you are kind of an idiot. But, like, it is worth acknowledging that, like, hey, listen, you should be a little bit discerning about this kind of stuff. And it gets very bizarre. Fuck, I got distracted by something. I am the greatest streamer, okay? I'm not yet a professional streamer, okay? That kicks in after like 100 hours. But it's typically that people, people being a little bit, I feel like it's a bit silly to be like, oh, these people fell for an obvious scam, they are like horrible, like innocent victims. Like, no, like this is obviously bullshit. But still, it is worth criticizing.
banned? No. Essentially creating the pitfall for their audience to fall in. Am I calling for Willie to be banned? No. However, I would like Willie to address the points in this video. Now, Willie has done quite a few sponsors, most being what is advertised, but one of Willie's most recent vids actually took something in me that I just couldn't ignore. When I looked into the topic, I came to the opinion that Willie is hugely misleading his audience and what some others may consider scamming, knowingly or not. This video will go in order from least consequential to most negligent sponsorship from what I believe. Now, why am I being such an ass about this sort of thing? Well, when you make a statement such as this
is one of those rare instances where the science is clear.
It is the audience perceived notion that you, Willie Mac Show.
I mean, well, given Willie's standards when it comes to judging Discord servers, if the science is clear, that means that he saw a person in a lab coat. This is this B-roll video right here. This B-roll video right here. That's the biggest evidence that Willie's seen before he concluded that like this product works.
Those rare instances where the science is clear.
It is the audience perceived notion that you, Willie Mac Show, have done the research yourself and have verified that the claims you are telling your audience are true. Therefore, if said statements are untrue, not only are you misleading your audience, then that also means that any quote-unquote research you do pertaining to yourself is sketchy at best and misleading at worst. This shoots your credibility to clear yourself of any allegations in the future or previously. With that, let's get into it.
Well, completely destroys your credibility? No, not really, but certainly weakens it. Which is, not exactly ideal.
These products are alright. We have a couple like Rocket Money, Ground News, Aura, some wallets and wooden accessories as far as I've seen are real products. There's not much to say here. Moving.
I think the reason Coffee spins the innocent victims narrative is to have a bigger impact and focus on how terrible the scammer is. Well, that's a, certainly a way of looking at it. Good way to look at it. I guess in that way it can be kind of beneficial, but at some point you kind of have to acknowledge, like, yeah, if you're falling for these, like, crypto scams, you're kind of an idiot.
On.
And it makes me feel like I need a lawyer up for the mental damage done.
However, in the real world, those people exist. And, well, if you're taking advantage of, like, let's say, dumb people, that's still bad. That's still bad.
To me. But most people don't realize that when you get workers' comp or an injury from a car accident, the insurance companies are often trying their best to take advantage of your inexperience so they could pay you as little as possible. That's why Morgan & Morgan exists.
It's a fucking law firm. Yeah, there's not much to say about this one. It's basically the McDonald's of law firms. I just wouldn't recommend some people to it because the lawyers take on multiple cases and are overworked, and they might not have the time to pay attention to your particular case, so
My mom fell for a crypto scam? Are you really calling my mom dumb? I mean, possibly uninformed, an elderly person. A good rule of thumb is to never buy a product from an influencer sponsor? Yeah, that's true. Absolutely.
Might be better to go elsewhere. Not that bad though.
Oh, I haven't liked this video. Let me just click a like on that one.
Continuing on.
Need Z-Biotic pre-alcohol to get through this. Fruity.
But yeah, that first one, just like a law firm. Sometimes, like, I get like sponsorship offers sometimes, and it's like really weird stuff. Like, I got an offer for something called like Zark Dark, and it's like, I live in Finland. How the fuck am I gonna sell this? Like, this is some service for like the United States. Why are you contacting me over this? I literally cannot. I cannot like sell that product for you. I don't live in the United States, dude. You've literally bought every influencer ad. That's not a great idea.
On.
Morgan & Morgan has thousands of lawyers in multiple states. Well, that's actually very good feedback for Bluddington then. Yeah, he could have shown there, like, to make the claim that, oh, they're always going to be busy. Like, show, like, if there's any numbers about the caseload and the number of lawyers that work for that law firm, before making the assertion that, oh, they're going to be busy, or they're not going to have, like, time for your case. So I guess we can count that as a point against the video.
Z-Biotic pre-alcohol.
Be better to go elsewhere. Not that bad though. Continuing on.
Need Z-Biotic pre-alcohol to get through this. Fruity. We all have busy lives and we can't waste a day stuck inside sitting on the couch because we had a couple drinks the night before. Pre-alcohol is the first genetically engineered probiotic. It was designed by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. When you drink alcohol, it gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It's this byproduct, not dehydration, that's to blame for your rough next day. Pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. Just remember to drink this probiotic before drinking alcohol, drink responsibly, and get a good night's sleep to feel your best tomorrow. Me and my dad just
Okay, nightmare.
Just went on a father-son vacation, drank one of these, hit a punching bag, might have broke my hand before drinking alcohol.
Hold on a second, we got the classic sponsorship gesture to the channel of the person who made this video. I would recommend doing so. Let me just link the video again. I like to support smaller creators, okay? Oh yeah, the reason why I hadn't liked the video is because I'm on my other account that has the watch history disabled. Of course. I was a bit confused. Like, am I not subscribed to this guy yet? But no, I am. But that's on the other account. But anyway, the classic sponsorship segment, made up story, is coming up. Let's see where this goes.
To break this byproduct down. Just remember to drink this probiotic before drinking alcohol, drink responsibly, and get a good night's sleep to feel your best tomorrow. Me and my dad just went on a father-son vacation, drank one of these, hit a punching bag, might have broke my hand, but hey, he's the one who was sleeping until 9 while
why do you have watch history disabled? On this account, it's so that my YouTube recommendations are not based on my browsing history. That's what it's based on. So in case, like, there's nothing weird comes up. Well, that would be me claiming that I'm like looking up weird stuff on YouTube, but I do kind of like, when I'm researching stuff, I do come across very weird videos, especially given the content that I do. So I gotta watch out what pops up. There might be some clickbait thumbnails. Has Willie ever done a sponsorship with Ground News? I'm not sure.
I got up and went on a 3-mile run. So who's the my hand?
But yeah,
hey,
so story so far, anecdote so far, is Willie Mac. What is it again? Went on a trip with his father. And because he consumed this product, he woke up in a better condition than his much older father. Unless, of course, you know, Willie Mac was conceived when his father was like, what, 10 years old or some crazy shit like that?
Drinking alcohol, drink responsibly, and get a good night's sleep to feel your best tomorrow. Me and my dad just went on a father-son vacation, drank one of these, hit a punching bag, might have broke my hand, but hey, he's the one who was sleeping until 9 while I got up and went on a 3-mile run. So who's the real dummy? Not me. What I know is that it works, and they plan on coming out with all sorts of products that have nothing to do with alcohol. So if you want...
Yeah, so our comparison here is between, you know, Willie, who's like, what, 40 years old, and then his dad, who's gonna be like 60. Oh, I woke up in a better condition. The product really works. Okay, buddy.
To stay in the loop, go to zbiotics.com/WillieMac or scan the QR code right now if you want 15% off when using code WillieMac at checkout. And it's backed with a 100% money-back guarantee if you're unsatisfied for any reason. That's how confident they are in their product. Thank you, ZBiotics, for sponsoring this video.
ZBiotics is a sponsor that isn't as egregious as the next two sponsors, but Willie's words are misleading the viewer nonetheless, and even misinforming them. Now, let's look at the structure of this ad. We introduce a problem, we introduce the product as a solution, we appeal to authority, we claim the science is real, we use a personal anecdote, and your money back guaranteed if unsatisfied. ZBiotics Pre-Alcohol is a probiotic drink that essentially is supposed to help with hangovers in the morning by eliminating acetaldehyde, a byproduct of ethanol, in the gut, and converting it into acetate using an enzyme, and unlike acetaldehyde, which is a highly reactive and toxic molecule,
I gotta say, I don't know anything about chemistry, so my commentary on this is gonna be really bad. I also don't know anything about hangovers, because I've never been drunk, so this is very, very awful, very poor reaction commentary from me at this
acetate
point.
is a safe, stable, and usable energy source. Now looking at ZBiotics research, while hypothetically this enzyme could work and theoretically it
If you're trying to enable gut microbiome like leaks, so... Okay.
should work, reality is often skewed. The research shows that
You've never been drunk once? Wow. No, I don't, I've drank like one mojito in like 2017, New Year of 2017. And that's kind of it. I did it. Just not interested. Candy, better than drinking. Yeah, Redmond is the Redmond has the he's kinder pilled, okay?
cultures of their own genetically modified enzyme could break down the acetaldehyde, and rat studies showed it's safe to ingest. But there's no animal studies, let alone clinical trials, indicating that this product reduces hangovers. If you pay attention, neither the website nor Willie's ad reads say anything about hangovers. Instead, they just imply that you'll be better in the morning.
Alright, so... See, you ever had the classic thing like, alright.
Clinical trials indicating that this product
I need to actually focus on the video instead of like talking to you guys.
to ingest. But there's no animal studies, let alone
Okay, hold on.
often skewed. The research shows that two cultures of their own genetically modified enzyme could break down the acetaldehyde, and rat studies
Alright, could.
shows that two cultures of their own genetically modified enzyme could break down the acetaldehyde, and rat studies showed it's safe to ingest.
Okay. Study indicates spores. Those sexes. No effects on clinical signs, mortality.
But there's no
Right.
animal studies, let alone clinical trials, indicating that this product is safe to ingest.
Okay.
But there's no animal studies, let alone clinical trials,
Is there some kind of difference between a rat study and an animal study, or did I hear this wrong?
that this product reduces hangovers. If you pay attention, neither the website nor Willie's ad reads say anything about hangovers.
Drink a pre-alcohol, drink responsibly, enjoy tomorrow.
Says hangovers. If you pay attention, neither the website nor Willie's ad reads say anything about hangovers. Instead, they just imply that you'll be better in the morning, aka no hangover. Now, what Willie will say,
Okay. Yeah, it's the classic thing where like, I mean, I haven't seen this over here in Finland, but I always hear about you Americans. You're like, you have like these weird pills in your like gas station stores. They're selling like male performance enhancer. And they can't make the claim that like, oh, this will make you perform better in a conjugal context. But they will say things like bedroom stamina enhancer Wait, you live in Finland? Based? Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
In another ad,
This is one of
that you'll be better in the
Let me turn on the subtitles, okay, so that I can pay attention more. So you're talking about rhino pills? Is that what they call them? They you go to the pharmacy or like the gas station, and they sell you like the hold on a second. They sell you like the big monkey pill. That's what you get. And it's like some like mysterious chemical. No one's ever like known what it's made out of. It's a way overpowered heart pill, basically. Alright. Used to have salvia in gas stations, which is a drug that makes you have an intense out-of-body experience that lasts for 2 to 5 minutes. I've heard something about like substances like kratom being also in like those kinds of bottles.
morning, aka no hangover. Now what Willie will say in another ad,
This is one of those rare instances where the science is clear.
and he says that hangover's sole cause is this acetaldehyde and not dehydration. This is just blatantly false. Multiple factors affect a hangover, and I could pull up several articles and medical documents that show that this isn't true, but who's better than the
Alright, so like here we have a thing about like
and medical documents that show that this isn't true?
if you could pull those articles, it's probably good to link them at least. Or at least put a link on screen to them so that, you know, people know that it actually exists. You're not just like bluffing.
But who's better than the own CEO and founder of Zbiotics, who in this article says, and I quote, "This is not your get-out-of-jail-free card hangover cure because that doesn't exist. Anybody who's telling you that is really selling snake oil, because a hangover is a very complex set of symptoms that is caused by a lot of different things."
Okay, visually this screen could have come up a little bit sooner, you know, when you're like reading it.
So when Willie says that acetaldehyde is the sole cause of a hangover, this is just blatantly false, and according to their own CEO, Willie and the company are both selling snake oil.
Fume is the all-natural flavor.
Alright. Okay, here's the fume thing. Alright. Still there's salvia in some places. It's another, you know, the thing is like, okay, there's like certain topics that are extremely central to a lot of traumas, okay? Alcohol and drugs. I don't have experience with either, so it kind of cripples my commentary.
Air device, which are quickly becoming the leading alternatives to vaping and smoking. The best.
Alright, so now we go on from the snake oil hangover cure to the smoking cure.
Is the all-natural flavored air device, which are quickly.
All natural, by the way. That's the classic thing. You got Elden Ring or now? Yeah, I do. You've been substance-free for 14 years? Congratulations. Hopefully not like after addiction or like some kind of harsh period of addiction, but I like you know, not drinking and not using drugs and stuff. Future, I'm not saying that. No, dude. I mean, I have gone through like an experimental treatment. They did like this kind of like ketamine treatment at some point. They were offering this as like some kind of mental health, you know, treatment. I've been through that kind of thing. And I do have had the experience of like kind of feeling decoupled from my own body and stuff like that as a consequence, you know, as a part of that experience. But I haven't used any kind of like illegal drugs or anything like that, or, you know, took advantage of yo legal KO. Was it nasal infusion? It was infusion, like into the bloodstream. They had a machine that like slowly like pushed it in over the course of an hour. I've seen like articles where people have talked about like, ooh, or like there were at the time there were articles of people saying like, oh, you know, for my final session, I stood up or like I sat up and I painted, you know, some like in some like therapeutic fashion. But when I was on that treatment, I could not control my body. It's like, you know, controller has been disconnected. It's like, what the fuck? Did they like get the dosage wrong or something? Did it work? No, it didn't. It's that's part of the grand quest that I've been through before realizing that, oh, actually, all of my issues kind of are caused by ADHD and not whatever other shit that different medical professionals try to diagnose for me or try to push as being the cause. As a result of that little pathway, I've been on like 20 different SSRIs and other fucking medications like that, which never had any impact on me.
Becoming the leading
selling
But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about this fucking video.
snake oil.
Fume is the all-natural flavored air device, which are quickly becoming the leading alternatives to vaping and smoking. The best part is there's no nicotine, no vapor, no battery.
So if there's no nicotine, then how does this thing help you get off smoking? You know? Like, you might as well buy SSRI review stream when. That sounds fucking, that sounds like incredibly depressing. The Nicandro's medication tier list. Let's not go there. Oh man. But it's supposed to replace the hand-to-mouth fixation acquired from smoking. Okay, that's Oh! Finally diagnosed with ADHD. I'm now on Adderall and my life has been changed completely. That's nice to hear. I had very much the same experience. Utterly Nick or Nick divergent. No, you can't say that, dude. But like, yeah, like this is if there's no nicotine, like you might as well buy like a plastic straw to suck on. Like, what's the point?
And that means there's no restrictions. You could use it anywhere. I think we all have that friend, coworker, or family member that's struggling with a bad habit.
Okay, Nightmare. Yeah, I think we're done with that topic.
Fume is the perfect gift to get them on the right track. My favorite part about Fume is
Could literally do what Fume does with a pen. Yeah. Isn't there a nicotine pouch in the Fume thing? No, it's just like essential oils.
that's the greatest fidget toy ever made. You can twist it, tap it. It's magnetic. You can get this
Wow, it's a little stick you can play with.
base for it that's so satisfying to use.
Fume is literally essential oils, not good to inhale whatsoever. Yeah, I don't know. Has there been anything about that, like demonstrating that? Yeah, it is like dangerous to inhale. Because I don't know anything about that. It's a fidget spinner. True.
And it comes in a wide variety of flavors. My favorite is spearmint. I had this horrible habit of getting
Spearmint?
stuck or bored at work, so I'd get up and grab a snack or a fourth cup of coffee that I definitely don't need. Now I just fidget with my Fume a bit. Get a little
Jerking your stick when you get bored? That's a classic.
stimulant to flavor. And I'm right.
Some vape chews make people get popcorn lungs. Is that essential oil? Anything you inhale that's not natural air is not good for you. It's probably a good good principle to keep in mind.
Back to work. So this holiday season, give a loved one the gift of better habits by having them join the over 700,000
What if you're addicted to food like Harmful Opinions? Will Fume work? I don't know.
people that have switched to Fume. You use code WillyMac when
Yeah, this is very true. Like, I just don't understand, like, do you people not like water? Like, it's, I know, like, it's very plain tasting, but it's like, it's fine. Water is just fine, it's nice. I don't understand people who hate water, or cannot drink water.
when you order the journey pack. You'll get a free Fume topper, which makes the fidgeting that much better. Again, that's tryfume.com/WillyMac or scan the QR code to start today. Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring this video.
Now, if you're a constant viewer of Willy's videos, then this sponsor is no surprise to you. Fume is a constant sponsor on Willy's channel. It's essentially an overpriced fidget toy with the ability to inhale essential oils as a way to replace quote-unquote bad habits. Oh, Jesus. Where do I start with this? First off, let's start with their slogan, the good habit. In what way is this a good habit? Well,
okay. Listen, look, while I do like, I do stream, I do live streams now as well. I have not stopped making scripted videos. I'm just currently working on something that's going to be very, very special.
they don't explicitly say it, it's implied.
But anyway,
the good
so, so Fume, the good habit. How do we feel about that? Yeah, as he said, like, yeah, there's like, how exactly is this like, what part of this is good?
In what way is this a good habit? While they don't explicitly say it, it's implied that this is a replacement for smoking and vaping.
I don't get the Fume stuff. Just bake some cookies or make a fruit smoothie and smell that.
Oh yeah, true. Thank you, Sunday Math, for the 5. Yeah, indeed. Or maybe even like, even burn incense or something, which is also not healthy, but, you know.
Due to the mouth sensation and inhaling sensations. However, there's a couple of problems I have with
Dude, imagine... I'm not gonna say.
this. One, it's still an overly expensive
Dude, what else has mouth sensation and involves inhaling? Any other activities like that that you can get into?
subscription service that isn't going to save you so much money. Two, it's not even proven to work. In their own science page, they have their own quote-unquote published research saying it's twice as effective as alternatives. However, this study isn't a clinical trial, it's not peer-reviewed, and it's not published on an actual outlet anywhere except on their own site. This is a survey on opinions, meaning it's not an experiment and can lead to
A survey study? I mean, I've seen people criticize this kind of verbiage before in arguing. I mean, I think Sargon of Akkad, like many years ago, made some videos saying like, this is not a study, it's a survey. But I understand what he's talking about. That well, now hold on. Hold on a second. Is this
except on their own site. This is a survey on opinions, meaning it's not an experiment and can lead to huge
It's not an experiment. I mean, isn't that part of experiments that you survey? Like, you know, you survey like a control group and the other. What's the opposite of a control group? The test group, to like see if there's some kind of impact.
bias. It doesn't measure quitting rates,
I wonder what the sample size is. Well, it says 400 responses from random individuals.
just how they feel in the moment and if they would quit.
Asked what they found to be the most effective category of products for cessation. Flavored air was named as the most effective, with 2x more than the next closest answer. Oh, okay, yeah. So they didn't actually do an experiment. They just surveyed people like, hey, what do you think is the best thing? Okay. But no, I was asking what's the opposite of a control group? Like,
Quit with the device. If
But yeah, so this is just like them asking people like, hey, what do you think is the best thing? And there's no actual like experimental group, I guess. But yeah, like there's no, as he said, there's no actual experiment that took place comparing like the impact of the product. It was just asking people like, hey, what do you think? You know, what do you think is the best? And
Fume is meant to make smokers quit, it
NRT? Oh, that's
sure as hell doesn't mean
That's slightly different from
Meet the criteria to
what
do
I thought it was.
that. Sure, it achieves a fidgeting and mouth sensation. However, you can get that for cheaper, like using toothpicks, gum, straws, and mints. The major factor fume doesn't help smokers with is nicotine addiction, aka
Opposite of control group is experimental or treatment group. Okay.
withdrawals. So in this regard, arguably the most important when dealing with addicts, it doesn't appear to address the addiction.
A proper study would have looked like this. 3 groups of participants, control, smokers, and fume users, get a breath sample. Yeah, and then you like collect that over time. Or like over some period to like see how things change, or maybe do some other kind of tracking for it to be an actual like study or an experiment. But this is just like an opinion survey.
Itself. Can it help some people? Sure, but there's cheaper alternatives that fill the role that fume sets out to fill that aren't subscription based, especially because you're inhaling essential oils. Is it as detrimental as a cigarette or a vape? No.
A longitudinal study, yeah, that's the term for it. I don't think they got the resources for a real study. I'm going to claim that they do, and I'm going to claim that they have done or tried to like make studies of this thing, or maybe they have. Like, it's possible that they haven't studied it, but like I can't imagine that they didn't try to set up some kind of study for this product, and then like they are choosing to like, oh, we didn't see any like beneficial like impacts. Let's not publish it.
No, but just because it's not as bad as a cigarette doesn't mean it isn't harmful. Part of the pitch is that.
But I'm guessing if in terms of like strategy, right? In terms of the strategy, if they were ever sued for like this product or something, you know, harmful in this product, if it came out in the discovery that they did a study about it with like no health benefit findings, that would be pretty bad.
It doesn't have nicotine, no vapors, nor a battery, and instead uses clean, natural flavors. Just because it's natural doesn't mean it's harmless. Some of the most deadly toxins are naturally occurring. Third-party testing
Not quite yet, we'll be getting to that soon.
States that the cores do not have unsafe ingredients, their microbe counts are low or not present, and heavy metal levels were well below the detectable limit. The only toxicology report they have is on how much an exaggerated draw takes and how much they could be consumed in a day. They concluded that at 1 microliter a draw, around 200 draws a day, using the density of the oil, they got an estimate that is well below standards set by Canada. However, there's still an issue that I have with this toxicology report, and that simply there's no study on the long-term health effects of inhaling essential oils. We know that essential oils can lead to chronic airway irritation, inflammation, allergies, and sensitization, but the health effects of the essential oils directly into the airways of people is unknown and concerning, especially when you advertise the product to people looking to quit smoking who may already be vulnerable in the lungs. It's a little irresponsible to me. Yes, it's way better than smoking nicotine, but again, that doesn't make it harmless. So when Willie advertises the product to normal people who don't smoke as a good habit that can replace stuff such as drinking more coffee or scrolling on the phone, I just question your integrity and whether you actually use this product and believe what it does. To me, it kind of just seems like the old essential oil MLMs.
Now, I'm not a looks maxer, but I am a health maxer. Stem cells, they're all the rage. Wrestlers and even Joe Rogan have talked about it.
Okay, so I've seen like parts of this video before, and like this was like, I recall thinking like the weirdest thing.
How they repaired their injuries.
Man, covering the insides of your lungs with oily particles must be good. Oh yeah.
How have you been able to do it for this long? So right around 2014, my body was broken down. I ran into stem cells. And ever since then, you know, that's been my fountain of youth.
The United States is behind on stem cell therapy due to a lot of overregulation, forcing people to go overseas, sometimes spending $50,000 on an expensive placenta stem cell injection. You can actually support your own stem cells with high flavanol cocoa. That's right, dark chocolate. Harvard scientist William Lee actually backs this up.
The flavanols in cocoa stimulate stem cells to...
Okay, hold on, what was that?
Actually backs this up. Stem cells with high flavanol cocoa. That's right, dark chocolate. Harvard scientist William Lee actually backs this up.
The scientist actually backs this up. No, the scientist might make a statement in support of it.
Flavanol.
But like, do you have any actual like study?
In cocoa stimulate stem cells to come out of your bone marrow like bees in a beehive in your bloodstream, and they go out and they find wherever it needs to be repaired. And so we can eat foods like high flavanol cocoa in order to be able to actually get the stem cells to work a little bit better. Well, clinical studies have been done with high flavanol cocoa to show that in like men who are in their 60s with heart
Okay, there's some mention of a study at least.
disease, they could actually...
What does stimulate mean? That's such a low bar. Oh yeah, that's a good catch.
cocoa stimulate stem cells to come out.
Terry's reason whites and essential oil inhaling for long-term effects have not existed long enough to do a long-term study. Remember, vaping only became popular within the past 15 years.
Yeah. Thank you, Just Unite Me, for the 10. But let's see here. The flavanol in cocoa stimulates stem cells.
Your bone marrow, like bees in a beehive, in your bloodstream, and they go out and they find wherever it needs to be repaired. And so we can eat foods like high flavanol cocoa.
Well, it's not necessarily
in order to be able to actually get the stem cells to work a little bit better. Well, clinical
work a little bit better. Okay.
Studies have been done with high flavanol cocoa to show that in like men who are in their 60s with heart disease, they could actually have 2 cups of dark chocolate hot cocoa a day for a month. Yeah. And they doubled the amount of stem cells in their bloodstream.
But here's the thing.
So is that actually like, is that beneficial?
Flavanols are the good thing found in cocoa beans. They're usually destroyed during the chocolate making process. That's where Black Forest Supplements comes in with the first ever high flavanol cocoa powder, packed with everything.
Doing like proper commentary on this kind of thing would require like much more like extensive engagement, I think.
Your body needs. It's only
having to look up like these actual claims and like stuff like
calories.
that. So.
I health max by putting it in my coffee, but you can put in your protein shake or whatever. This isn't regular cocoa, it's stem cell fuel. Buy one get one free on their best-selling cocoa formula, available for the next 48 hours only. This is one of those rare instances where the science is clear. If you've been thinking about trying it, there's no better time than right now.
Stem cells aren't always a good thing. Ask any woman with endometriosis.
Thank you, David, for the 10. Yeah, that's
So hit the link in the description or the pinned comment in Health Max today. Thank you, Black Forest, for sponsoring this video.
Finally, we get into the most egregious advertisement and the reason why I made this video. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this ad did make my blood boil when I first saw it, especially coming from someone like Willie who prides himself in their research. Willie's comment section seems to
prides them in their research. He's a normal guy, guys, okay?
agree with me as well, calling him a scammer and a sellout. From my own assessment, this is at best hugely misleading.
But yeah, I think this was like they're selling a supplement. They don't have like FDA approval to make any concrete claims about like the benefits of this thing.
And at worst, illegal. The biggest thing Willie said that really pissed me off was when he said,
"This is one of those rare instances where the science is clear."
Okay, let's do a breakdown of the ad again. We present a new craze, we insert a celebrity anecdote, we claim the government is preventing us from said craze, we introduce a cheaper solution.
Yeah, so this kind of like a big thing in like snake oil, when people are selling bullshit, is they will say like, oh, the big government or the big science, they are putting this down, okay? They're trying to make it so that the common man, like you, will not have access to this like really beneficial thing. And I'm the guy, I'm the guy who's on your side. I'm gonna hook you up with this like great thing, which now is gonna like improve your life that the elites are keeping away from you. It's a very classic narrative. When you're trying to sell something that cannot actually survive in like the science environment, if the studies simply don't support that, hey, this is like a good medical, this is like, good medicine or whatever. Instead of going to the scientists, you go to the public and you drum up this kind of hype about like, ooh, this is so like great.
And we appeal to authority, sell the product, and we claim the science is up to snuff. Now, let's go in order of the claims being made. 1. Overregulation is the reason why stem cell therapy isn't accessible in the US. This is a simple oversimplification of the truth. First off, there's only one stem cell therapy available in the US, which are hematopoietic stem cell transplants for cancers and other disorders in order to regenerate the dead cells from chemotherapy, which is approved by the FDA. Any other stem cell therapies are currently experimental as they are tested to see if
big science don't hold us back, man. It's very common with any kind of like woo, any kind of new age like crystal healing or spiritual shield generation type scams, where they sell this stuff. It's like, oh, the scientists, they don't want to like test this stuff. Like, no, they have tested it, it doesn't work. That's the thing.
they are safe and effective. The quote overregulation part of this claim is simply making sure these procedures are safe and effective before being approved, often requiring clinical trials, which is funny to ignore the science when your whole shtick is the science being clear in this ad. Also, using Rey Mysterio's personal anecdote does not count as scientific evidence, and who knew the multi-millionaire legacy wrestler could get advanced treatment to help heal injuries. Also, bringing up Joe Rogan as a reliable source is laughable, same guy who brings up people who shill products and pseudoscience.
The hieroglyphs actually carry the information in the form. And so the form of those shapes, now we've, some of the greatest minds on the earth are starting to recognize that if you draw one of those shapes and show it to a human mind, it creates an incredible medical response. You can reverse inflammation, all kinds of things by looking at the shape.
2. Appeal to authority.
Is that real? I think I've seen a clip of this. I've seen like Joe ask like, is that real? Oh wait, no, it was his co-host laughed at it, and Joe was like, come on man, don't laugh.
Willie uses Dr. William Lee as an appeal to authority by using his own words to promote a product that the doctor himself has endorsed. Dr. Lee is also just wrong or oversimplifying his claims for a wider audience because there are no studies that link flavonols directly to stem cell regeneration. I will try and simplify the language.
I mean, the key, of course, is that, Joe Rogan is popular, so you can use him to sell shit.
So a general audience can understand and throw up on the screen general definitions in order so you can follow along. The study that Dr. William Lee seems to be citing is the one in the Journal of the American College of Cardiology, published in 2010, where the title and PMID will be on the screen. In the study, 16 patients with coronary artery disease in their 60s participated in a trial where they were all given periods of high flavanol intervention of around 375 mg, keep this amount in mind for later, and periods of low flavanol intervention at 9 mg for a month. The results showed that the circulating angiogenic cells increased by twofold in a high flavanol diet compared to a low flavanol diet. However, the researchers clearly state the function of these cells had not changed, only the amount. So what does this all mean in the grand scheme of things? Well, first off, let's make something clear. Hematopoietic stem cells are not general stem cells, which are not angiogenic cells. Stem cells are like someone going to college with an undeclared major. They can realistically become anything. Hematopoietic stem
what have I missed? Which is this? It's an opening, thing. We're getting to the Birdman stuff very soon.
cells are like if you chose a major in general bio. You have a specialization, but it's still pretty broad that you can be anything within that major. Angiogenic cells are a broad term of cells that help with angiogenesis, which is the formation of blood vessels from pre-existing vessels. This is like if you were a biochem major. Completely different from a general bio major, but still pretty broad. In the study, CD34 is a surface protein most commonly found in hematopoietic cells and progenitor cells for vascular function. It is used commonly as a biomarker or an indicator for experiments that have to do with the blood. This is where the doctor seems to have misunderstood or oversimplified because the study clearly states circulating angiogenic cells, which as I said, are progenitor cells that have to do with vascular.
So this kind of stuff, I don't have the academic background to critique this or to critically engage with this
function, aka building and repairing blood vessels. When looking at the full clip, he states that these are stem cells that can repair the heart, kidney, and skin, which again is a giant oversimplification of what they are and what I believe he is just wrong about, because it sounds like he's talking about general stem cells, which, as we've established, are not the same as hematopoietic stem cells. The study also simply showed these angiogenic cells doubled but didn't become more efficient, which is not indicative of increased repair power or speed, nor if they reached the tissues they were supposed to go to. I could keep critiquing Dr. Lee's science communication, however, that is not the purpose of this video. While most of the methods are good, it is a very small sample size. It only lasted about a month. The patients were in their 60s and they also had coronary artery disease. It's a good foundational study, however, it's not indicative.
FDA doesn't control vitamins or supplements. Yeah, that's it's a standard thing where like instead of selling something as medication and making, FDA backed up solid claims about its impact, you sell it as a supplement, and then you can make vague allusions to what's happening.
Of the general population, especially Willie's audience, and more research.
But you're not actually liable for making false statements or false claims about the impact of that kind of this supplement.
Research is needed to say the science is clear. So to use Dr. William Lee's credentials to back up a product that he just is clearly wrong about is just very misleading towards the audience. 3. The chocolate making process destroys flavanols. This claim is partially true. Yes, the typical milk chocolate making process does indeed get rid of some nutrients, but dark chocolate, up to 70%, and most cocoa aren't as processed and deliver their nutrients. Black Forest Supplements claims 1200 milligrams of flavanols, but it's hard to find third-party testing on this product whether this amount is true. Also, just because there's more of a certain nutrient doesn't mean all of it is absorbed. Most studies had significantly lower quantities of flavanols than what Black Forest has, and if you know anything about the human body, it's that nutrients do not scale linearly. The bioavailability of a nutrient is how much is absorbed and reaches circulation, which if the flavanols surpasses, it can very well be easily excreted or metabolized in the body and not be used at all. 4. Flavanols are stem cell fuel. Again, this is a claim by Willie that is so perplexing to say when there is once again no studies directly linking flavanols to stem cells. Studies suggest that flavanols may have cardiovascular benefits. That is not comparable to the claims being made, especially when you're pairing alongside regenerative medicine claims. It is perplexing to say the least. What I find most curious is that nowhere on Black Forest Supplements page do they even advertise stem cell benefits. If you didn't know about supplements, let me educate you. The Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act of 1994 defines and regulates supplements as food, not drugs. This means that they do not require approval, proving effectiveness, or clinical trials before they are sold, unlike a drug. Due to this, they cannot make explicit health claims, only say they support bodily functions. The use of influencers to peddle a product is kind of a loophole, as it's harder to track these claims. Therefore, they can make more outrageous claims in the form of an ad read while keeping their own website liability free. Most influencer ads go under the radar as there aren't enough resources by the FTC to pursue these claims. So when I see Willie saying that flavanols are stem cell fuel, this is a huge red flag, as not only
the sort of like the biggest threat to this video in terms of like quality is the idea that like, did you like, the only thing I can see, like, assuming that this is all like, you know, checks out all this sciencey mumbo jumbo, there's no gameplay this stream, no gameplay this time. The only thing that I would like be like worried about is like, ooh, was this plagiarized from something? Like that's the only possible thing where I'm like, okay, this could be like a
applies to your stem.
You know, a negative for this video.
Cells will increase, but your regenerative factor will as well, due to the mentioning of it during the Rey Mysterio anecdote. This can make the company liable for the health claims and might be considered illegal. 5.
This is one of those rare instances.
Yeah.
This is where the science is clear.
So when Willie says the science is clear, I expect to see, and this is a mouthful, bear with me now, multiple independent, large, randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled clinical trials that have been replicated, peer-reviewed, and accepted by major scientific organizations, which there aren't any. The current studies have small sample sizes, there's limited replication, and most of the results are uncertain and require further testing. Just because a result is uncertain doesn't mean you get to run off into the high hills and claim the benefits are real. There's also the possibility of targeting vulnerable people in his audience who may have gone through a major accident and are desperate for a cheaper alternative to get better. They see this ad and see Willie spout that the science is clear and waste money on this overly expensive cocoa because Willie claimed that they could magically heal like their favorite wrestler. Overall, this is why I consider this ad hugely misleading towards...
God, why couldn't I... this guy is called Bluddington. Let me link the video for you guys. Can go and go like his video and subscribe.
His audience. Well, yes, the product is real and gets delivered. The claims made by Willie aren't close to being true and imply regenerative medicine, which as a supplement is illegal. Hell, the FDA as of 2023 made a statement about flavanols and said that there isn't enough evidence to support the claims about them reducing the risk of cardiovascular disease. No mention of stem cells. So, what are the key takeaways and common rebuttals a viewer or Willie might respond with? I've been trying to be as charitable as possible this whole time, but I should let the viewer know that at this point I will be, what the English say, taking the piss on Willie. Is Willie solely to blame? No. Companies usually give their ad reads to creators, or a creator can make their own ad read as long as they hit a couple of talking points. These ad reads must be approved by the company and their lawyers so they don't get into legal trouble. So yes, responsibility falls on the company, however the product and claims wouldn't have made it to the audience if you had done your research. It kind of like crypto coins, which is what I find ironic about the whole thing. Willie brands himself as someone who will go above and beyond and do the research unlike other people. And
does he do that though? Because from what I've seen of Willie responding to criticism is that he's like, his reaction to people like, you know, asking him to do more better checking is to be like, oh, that's like some nerd shit. I don't do that shit.
Call out other creators for spreading misinformation, slander.
I mean, he certainly did. I do remember with the Destiny situation, he was like, "Oh, I'm the only person who actually spoke to everyone involved in this drama."
Very misleading statements.
as a big point.
From most notably Hassan. So when Willie takes money from a sponsorship that shows he hasn't done his own research and is at best misleading his audience and at worst spreading misinformation in order to sell a product, then that hurts your own credibility and puts into question the research on yourself to look better and the research you do on people you dislike. This makes audiences look back at situations like your docs or your ties to Destiny with much greater scrutiny because it shows your inconsistencies. A big counterpoint will be that Willie didn't explicitly say the products were cured.
Look back on your docs? Yo?
Or treatments, and yes, that's right, but he heavily implied them by having them be talking points in the ad read. Hell, Willie should know better than any of us on implying stuff without blatantly saying it, considering that's yeah, what is it? What do you call it again?
So when I see this clip, it's obviously a dog whistle to fuck with me. He literally gets a donation.
It's this fucking, it's this thing.
Again?
So when I see this clip, it's obviously a dog whistle to fuck with me. He literally gets a donation that says, "I understand what we must do. Wink, wink." It's the dog whistle call to action that's the problem. It's so obvious, Faith. I'm not even sure if Augie knows what a dog whistle is. He's like, unless Queeman pulls up Willie's docs and then says, "I love doxing Willie," it's all fine.
Right. A dog whistle. Thank you for your expertise. Now, I'm not saying the ad reads are dog whistles, but I think you get the picture that they are kind of a nudge, wink, wink kind of advertising for liability issues. Some may say that it's all marketing lingo and to not take it seriously, especially from a creator, but that's a weak argument. First off, we're making health claims while misleading about the issue and even fear-mongering in order to push a product. That is more than marketing lingo. That's negligence, or just lying to get a payday. Health claims deserve higher scrutiny than your average product. Second, this kind of advertising can also prey on vulnerable people in the audience, or target their medical anxieties through this language. And as I've stated, when some of the info is greatly misrepresented to the claims being made, then that is a major issue. Third, when you say the science is clear, the audience puts a great emphasis on that and even uses your credentials as the research guy to trust the claims made even more.
We can speed up this a little bit, because, we're already an hour into the stream.
Now, will Willie respond to this video? Hell no. Even if this video were to get enough traction to warrant a response, I don't think he
yeah, I mean, I don't think Willie's responding to
and
this
instead
one.
dodge this video. I mean, he's already done it to another creator's video, aka Kilotonic's Hassan Bad vid, where in it, Kilo criticizes several creators for attacking Hassan maliciously.
Oh yeah, I saw like a clip of this, Willie saying like, "Ooh, I'm not gonna react to a 4-hour long video." It's like, dude, your segment is 15 minutes.
With out of context clips and moot points. In the Papa Gut stream, when asked if he would respond to Kilo's video, he utilizes his coin term, the Hassan system, hide, ignore the critic's content to obscure their argument, and alter, drastically misrepresent the opposing view by saying it's a 4-hour long video. This is a laughable defense. First off, yes, the video is 4 hours long, but if Willie even clicked on it, check the timestamps, he would know the segment on him is 14 minutes long, the average length of a commentary slop channel upload. Second, he says it's pointless to respond, which is laughable when your credibility is being hugely contested, and you're also being criticized for your bias, lack of evidence, spreading false allegations, dishonesty, and incompetence. He also says the video has no views, when at the time the video had around 49k views, and has now gone up to around 80k, which is pretty substantial and sounds like a way to hide from criticism. If Hassan acknowledged a similar critique video on him and said he wouldn't react to it because it has no views, Willie would blow a gasket.
Willie promoted Kilo's video on President Sunday, by the way. Can you elaborate on what that means?
Criticize him for that. It only gets more ironic when Willie has used one of Kilo's videos as a source, when Kilo had significantly less views and subscribers. So to use less viewed videos and creators to criticize their opponents is okay, but when the same creators make a video where you are criticized, you can simply shrug it off as a nothing burger? Is that right? Does that mean President Sunday gets a free pass and your whole criticism is null considering you used Kilo's video? There's some more stuff I find ironic about the Black Forest supplements ad. First, in a video where he makes fun of the Manosphere, he blatantly promotes a product and company that sells products as a part of the Manosphere. Also, nice title, dumbass. The second ironic part of this ad is that days later, he'd make fun of Pokimane for selling her health cookies, which, yes, she was stupid for, especially her response, but it's
okay, that you were talking about that. All right.
hugely hypocritical considering he's shilling an overly expensive healthy hot cocoa powder while making way more outrageous health claims than she ever did about her cookies. Once again, the reason for this video is that Willie is hugely misleading his audience on his claims, which are overstated in most cases and blatant misinformation in others, which hurt his reputation as someone who prides himself in doing the most research. Also, remember when he said his Jewish wife from Israel did not influence his politics? Yet later in the
okay, whoa. Where are we going now?
video, he oddly makes this remark.
Now that Sneeko's been hit, he acts like Iran and just starts flailing at everyone.
Man, I wonder if Willie believes that. Iran has had weapons of mass destruction for the last 20 years. Anyways, that's my video on Willie Snake Oil Show. If you enjoyed, please hit like and subscribe.
Willie Snake Oil Show. All right. Okay, let's move on to the Birdman stuff. Okay. So let's move on to this Birdman stuff. So there's been some drama about. I'm not actually sure. Do we need to go all the way to the start of this? But there's this other creator of I've actually worked with this this Discord stuff, and you know, upcoming another. Oh yeah, shit. I should have. Let's link the video by Bluddington one more time. Okay. All right. If you enjoyed that guy's stuff, I would recommend. I don't know if he's like watching this, but I would recommend him to, if he's still got the files for the earlier videos he made, to, you know, fix the mixing, the audio mixing on them, and then re-upload them. Cause oh wow, getting that ambulance background noise. You know, I'm sure that they're like very competent videos, but a big problem is that the audio is just not very well balanced, and it's like very difficult to listen to. If you're balancing audio in a video editor, you want to keep track of the meters, and keep basically like the peaks or like the general area of your voiceover around like the -9 decibels. That's like the ideal spot. You know, also applies to, you know, streams or, you know, audio in OBS, for example. There's so many people who like tell me they cannot read audio meters, they don't know what they mean. And it's just like, it's crazy to me. It's like, it's one of the most basic things.
Hello.
But anyway, let's get into Just Your Nightmares conquest against... I wasn't even talking about you, I was talking about Bluddington. And then I was also sniping at Remnant for not knowing what the OBS meters are. But now we're going to go into your conquest against the Birdman nightmare.
My name's Richard Nightmares. Recently I had my eyes in the media critique sphere more and more, as it appears that...
Oh, look at that. If you've seen my video about Hassan's terrible video scaling or scaling filter, this guy has it like going like crazy. All right, you gotta set that scale filtering in OBS.
Oh, my name's Richard.
To Lanchos or area or whatever works.
Nightmares. Recently I had my eyes in the media critique sphere more and more, as it...
God, it's so pixely. I hate it. But anyway, let's sort of focus on the actual content of the video instead of like autistic technology stuff.
Appears that people like Audley Noah are not an anomaly. Skitty Bitty being one, but I would suggest watching Heartful Opinions videos regarding that situation. But I'll be honest, my scope is more dead set on somebody named the Birdman. The Birdman is a leftist 200k plus sub channel who calls out grifters and their takes on films while also doing his...
Is he leftist or left leaning? There's a big difference there. Or a pertinent difference.
His own movie reviews. While I'm not a movie critic myself and don't overly care about films altogether, but there is some behavior that I've noticed from the Birdman exhibit that people who associate with him have not called him out for. On September 9, 2024, the Birdman would post this video of him berating and harassing Domino's employees, threatening to expose them onto Twitter for not giving him his order for free.
I just want to let you know, this is going up on Twitter. I'm posting all this on Twitter. You're going to get in trouble.
Birdman pretends to hate the left and right. What the fuck was that? But only calls out right wingers. Yeah, that's me, bro. Nah, I'm just kidding. But yeah, this is like incredibly juvenile, very like narcissistic behavior. Like, what the fuck are you doing, putting people on blast on social media, just trying to do their jobs?
Whatever. I got the whole thing. Is you're sitting there bullshitting me. This is the dude that's bullshitting. That's fine. Yeah, go ahead, run away. Go ahead. Like, you scared?
This is blatant berating and harassment of minimum wage working employees, which, to be honest, look like teenagers and sound like teenagers.
Look like teenagers and sound like teenagers. Okay, that's interesting. Having been in retail and food service, I promise you that worker does not give even half a fuck right now.
Over not getting his pizza for free. This is genuinely just inexcusable behavior to berate minimum wage workers. This is genuinely just over...
Okay, look and sound like teen... Let me pull up my docky. My chocky docky. Because I need to keep in mind some of these things, because Birdman stream notes. So, alright, workers sound and look like teenagers. Because I believe... Beautiful. I don't need to know.
Do you need the preservative full Domino's video?
Thank you for the 2, Jesse Nightmare. No, I don't need it. Shit. Because I recall later on in this drama, the Birdman claims that you claimed that they were teenagers. So let's see, workers sound and look like teenagers.
Not getting his pizza for free. This is genuinely just inexcusable behavior to berate minimum wage workers, but it does get worse, as he would post the Domino's employees' faces with their name tags visible for his 15,000 followers on Twitter to see, posting teenagers' first and last name on the internet.
Oh, well now you're making it an explicit claim of like they are teenagers. So that's not... Should have couched that, you know? Should have couched that. Should have said, possibly. There you go. That's how you avoid overstepping.
With their faces. Now, for some...
Now listen, whether they are teenagers or not, if you're harassing minimum wage workers or like, you know, service people, that's always like a, you know, a mental case. A mental case symptom.
Odd reason Birdman would keep this post up on Twitter until recently, only removing it when it came to more...
Possibly gonna get sued over the Domino's claim? You gotta be careful. Listen, I mean, the Birdman does have a history of, like, threatening lawsuits, doesn't he?
Or the public light, thanks to harmful...
Has anyone played the entire clip in full or given any confirmable context? What's the context that's missing? He made a video saying that he's upset, and he showed a footage of himself, like, berating employees at some, like, pizza shop, or, like, at Domino's Pizza. Is there any other context that, that's, like, missing from there?
Opinions. No apology.
He threatened Kino Flex with a lawsuit, yeah.
No nothing. A silent removal of his actions. Now, to be clear, this would be absolutely unacceptable behavior. Some people would even consider this doxing.
Being kind of cringe, but I don't know, I've seen worse. I mean, it's, if you're being, like, depending on how you're acting, like, it could even rise to a level of, like, assault. If you're being, like, physically threatening in the way that you're posing yourself. But, I mean, yeah, it's absolutely criticizable behavior to, like, shit talk a bunch of people and be like, I'm gonna put you on Twitter. Oh, that's really pathetic.
Because these are private employees who are not on the internet having their name and face being publicized.
Private employees. You should have said private persons.
But to be fair, there's plenty of videos of people basically doing the exact same thing, trolling restaurant minimum wage employees, but they still post.
Well, there's a difference between, well, depends on what kind of trolling he's talking about here. Are we saying pranks? Or are we talking about, like, you know, acting in a menacing manner, you know, threatening manner towards other people?
On the internet. Well, I guess in turn, public interactions for a 6-foot man-child isn't his strong suit, but maybe we should see how the Birdman feels about doing research.
To date, there has been no update, no retraction, no public apology on Twitter.
Is that your or my Discord server? Discord that's making that sound? Oh, yeah. Never mind.
From Will Jordan for spreading this quote, and that's because he has a vested interest in seeing the culture war proliferate in media discourse.
Birdman claims to be massively healthy yet crashed out over a free pizza.
As this is profitable for him. Even if he didn't know the quote was fake, this shows the lack of research.
No, we're not making fun of people with cancer. The image was posted because that's who the people said he was. I don't know anything about Yellow Flash 2.
The The Birdman would get into a heated argument with a content creator called Yellow Flash Guy, where Yellow Flash into an argument about Critical Drinker not tweeting while he's on
Hasn't tweeted main since July 13th, okay.
holidays. Riveting. But to the Birdman, this was...
Oh yeah, this is, Just Your Nightmare tried to use the Akira ping, but he could not find a sound effect that sounded very similar, clearly.
taking things way too far. The Birdman stuffed his face with his children tear covered free Domino's pizza and instead would then go looking.
I'm very easily amused by AI videos. It's very regrettable.
For Yellow Flash's PII. Typing into Google Yellow Flash Guy's face, only to find what he's always been looking for.
Whoa, a treasure chest!
Oh yeah, absolutely. You need some more than just like, oh, there's so many people to whom, like, in the media critique sphere, where, like, someone being conservative or right-wing, or having an agenda that is different from their agenda, like, that means you're a grifter. And that's not what that means. Like, it would be cool if that word was being applied to, like, people who are actually just, like, you know, actually liars, people who are unprincipled, but if it's being wasted on just becoming an... Let me close my window. If the word's being misapplied to just like anyone who's got a different political agenda from you, that's really lame.
What is this? Ever, I'm so happy.
Brother, you don't have the gas. Well, the right kind of gas anyway. Oh, God, that's not him. Well, that's a guy from the chat who is fighting cancer, you moron. I figured you were a moron by that online IQ test that you proudly pinned, Rafael Mayo.
Oh yeah, doesn't the Birdman have like a pinned tweet of let's see here, the Birdman Twitter. Let's check up the X cancel. I think he's got like a pinned tweet. Yes, this is like insane. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, hello, Bitchcom. Da-da-da-da-da. Where can I put this without a... I'm very easily confused by... So here we have xcancel.com, which is a way to browse, you know, see, you know, tweets and stuff on Twitter without having to be signed in. It's good. So from November of 2024, it's a pinned tweet of the Birdman pointing out that, oh, what's going on here? That on some like IQ test, he like scored 141 points. What? Like, does it not register like the kind of message, the kind of signal that like this is putting out there about this guy and like his possible insecurities when you're putting like an IQ test up front and center? Maybe there is some kind of like lore thing, but you know, having like, this is like some site called Real IQ. Is that even like an approved like IQ test? Because there is like, people say like, oh, IQ tests are like, they don't work. No, I don't think that that's quite true. But certainly if you're bragging about your IQ test like this, when it's not necessarily a reliable test, it makes you look kind of fucking pathetic. But anyway.
Eesh, well, I mean, that's pretty shitty.
So yeah, so Yellow Flash Guy claims in this exchange that the person whose picture the Birdman posted, and I have access to like the let's see here. This is like the Birdman's, our backup, our archive the Birdman's Discord server. We'll look at this a little bit later on. But I've seen messages here from the Birdman where he's saying publicly, like, yeah, I bet this guy would like it if I put his face on blast in front of thousands of people. Like, that's very much the thing that he's doing. Or like trying to cause emotional distress by showing like they're like what they look like in real life and shit like that. It's really pathetic.
At least Birdman wouldn't like post it. Oh my god, fuck! Dude, what the fuck?
I think when I saw this video originally, I asked, I told Future Nightmares that, like, you might want to get some kind of different kind of censoring method. Because when I look at this, I'm like, when I look at this, I see some weird stuff like this happening. Am I the only one? Am I like crazy? Am I crazy? Does anyone else see something like this happening? Okay, let me just erase that. I mean, that's what I thought flashed in my eye.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, so the Birdman doxed a cancer patient. So to be clear about what the information that I have censored out in the screenshot that was provided was both his legal name of the man in the photo and an approximation of where he lives.
I guess I deserved that for that. Oh, Lego minifigures?
In his state.
Such an imagination. I mean, is it really that far-fetched? Am I like crazy? Am I really like that far off?
This area of the state has a low population and no major city centers. I was able to verify that.
Oh, this area of the state. This guy has hunted down.
Yes, that information in that post is this individual's PII. I have also done my due diligence and reported that Reddit post to have it removed, as this is just a random guy with cancer being claimed to be that yellow flash guy. What was the Birdman's excuse for doxing a random cancer patient? No, we're not making fun of people with cancer. The image was posted because that's who people said he was.
You got booty on the brain? I suppose.
Don't know anything about yellow flash.
Beautiful.
Holy crap, I didn't realize you already released the second part of your Nux Taku coverage weeks back. I'll be sure to watch it, thanks for your work.
Thank you for the 5, M2M2M. But, I don't consider it the part 2, but it is certainly a very extensive video, or like a long video covering Nux's response and stuff. So, for some people, they might consider that a part 2, but I personally don't.
With the image of the guy's face and his PII. That's, yeah, okay. While I think it's funny that this guy has an issue with Critical Drinker and claiming that he doesn't do his due diligence and incites harassment, but this is just a big old whoopsie and little mishap from the Birdman. But it wasn't.
So something I was asking, like, is this not Matt Jarbo? Like, who's claiming that's like the fucking? Because to me that looks like Matt Jarbo, dude. Ain't no way that's what the yellow flash guy looks like. But apparently that's just what he looks like. Yeah.
Birdman specifically went to Google.
That's the SB. No. So, from what I've been told, that this is actually what the flash guy looks like, but they just look shockingly like Matt Jarbo.
Searching for any photo of the yellow flash guy or PII of him to post publicly to shame and rile his base to incite harassment against another individual. This was a malicious attack on someone using PII. This is
using PII? There's a better way to phrase that, to say like try to like wait, it is Matt Jarbo? Wait, okay, is it or is it not? What the fuck? I thought in some other context you said, no, it's not Matt Jarbo. That, yeah, he just looks like him. the yellow flash guy just looks like Matt Sharbo, but like this. I didn't know you streamed this week. It's Wednesdays and Thursdays. Wednesdays and Thursdays.
The textbook definition of doxing. Now, you may say,
well, textbook definition is to like publish somebody's PII when they have not made that when they haven't made it, especially parts that they have not made public. Okay, so you made the mistake then. So you made the mistake in this video, right? Because I recall watching some video from you and thinking, oh, did you really think this was Matt? Like, this is clearly mundane Matt. Did you really think this was the yellow flash?
well, the PII was wrong and it's not the yellow flash guy, so no harm done. That is irrelevant because the purpose of the Birdman doing...
Shit. Yeah, last week I didn't stream because I had some personal business.
This action was to incite harassment by posting someone's PII. Also, there is harm because the person who is being doxxed is this random guy with fucking cancer and has nothing to do with Yellow Flash, or probably has no idea that any of this shit is even happening on Twitter. Also, the Birdman's audience may not be aware of the new correction, even though the correction still posts the guy's PII and location and name, but sure, I guess, whatever. We'll just...
I mean, there are certain communities where, like, if you post somebody's docs or like make that available to some community, it's gonna result in some crazy shit happening, especially like in the sector. But when you're dealing with like the Birdman or like these media literacy guys, none of those people are built. None of those people are built for drama. They are not ready to engage in that fashion. Yeah, indeed, gossip forums. So I wouldn't really consider there to be like a major threat of like, oh, if the Birdman posts somebody's docs, it's going to result in them being swatted.
Just dox the guy again, Birdman. Good job. But because the audience may not be aware that there is this correction, they still might want to go out and reach out to this guy and harass this individual purposely, believing that this is the Yellow Flash guy that Birdman was fighting with.
And it's not merely just like even if there is no real harassment, it's still very like distressing to like call for someone to be harassed or call for someone to be doxxed or whatever. And I on those grounds I think it's like it's worthy of criticism, certainly.
And I'll state again that this innocent party probably has no idea that any of this shit is even happening, or that his location and his name has been publicized by the Birdman, who has 15,000 followers on his Twitter. So know that this is in fact harm, and that of the worst.
They might share the docs further and hope for someone to do something bad. Yeah, that's also true.
Degree. This shows the lack of care and due diligence that the Birdman has, criticizing others while doing the same actions they do. While a critical drinker may have misused a quote on an individual, I don't think he ever doxed a fucking cancer patient. But I guess it's okay, he posted the real face of the Yellow Flash guy that was already public.
Okay, so there's a Future Nightmares or Just Your Nightmares mistake. Great mistake, believing that Mundane Matt was the Yellow Flash guy. Imagine if the Birdman had like retcon abilities, where like instead of posting people's faces, he's posting like a random guy's face, and then because he posted your face, you become, your appearance changes to that guy. Have we considered that to be the possibility? Like he might be rewriting, everybody's memories to believe that like, hey, this guy always looked like this, and we would have no idea.
Now I want to show the absolute cope from the Birdman and his audience, referring to this as just an honest mistake that anyone can make, and Birdman running.
To be clear though, this video was just pure bait to get the Birdman to respond. I never looked for Cancer Guy's PII at Lamau. Was there ever any like evidence that came out, or any like I don't think it's necessary. I believe Birdman's response to the claims about the cancer patient doxing thing, I believe his response was to question whether the person actually had cancer. Has anything like that been presented? Any evidence for them having cancer? Because I think it's a really weak
with the story.
A really weak thing for to demand evidence that some random person who's talked about having cancer in this guy's community, demanding evidence that they must have they must have cancer is pretty silly. But if you do come up with the evidence that yeah, they do have cancer, the damage from being skeptical about it, kind of hits him. He's gonna hit him.
Which is genuinely such an infantile response to what the timeline.
It was Yellow Flash's claim originally. So did this person actually say that they had cancer, and therefore that's why the Yellow Flash believed it was the case? Or is it that the Yellow Flash just lied or made up the claim that that guy has cancer that was posted?
It actually was. And to really make the timeline clear to you, the Birdman got called fat, got angry, then threw a tantrum and maliciously sought out a Reddit post thinking it was Yellow Flash Guy's PII and posted it to incite harassment, doubles, then triples down, and instead of apologizing for doxing a random individual with cancer, he claims it was an honest mistake. No matter
it was an honest mistake.
What, the action was taken to specifically look for Yellow Flash's guy's PII to be posted and used maliciously. Birdman is definitionally a doxer and one who's doxed an innocent man with cancer.
Well, that depends, right? I mean, certainly, if it's publicly available on somewhere on that guy's page, that's multiple people in the media critique sphere have said this guy has cancer. Okay, well, that's an L for the Birdman. But certainly if a more more solid evidence of that was found, that's something you can fire at him pretty strongly. Let's see, what was I
Birdman is definitionally a doxer and one who's doxed an innocent man with cancer. And I wanted
So the thing with this, right, is that if somebody has connected their real life appearance to their profile and stuff, and it does come up in Google and shit. Well, certainly if it's if they're getting it from a doxing website, then that's a situation where you can say yeah, this is doxing. But in this case, well, actually we don't know what principle the Birdman abides by here. Would he publish sort of dox information, as in PII that the person has if the person has made that public connection, or does the Birdman draw a line where he will not publish or pull up anything that someone has not published on their account? But for the Birdman to take issue with people digging his Discord server or digging through his Discord server when he's doing shit like this, he's got no standing.
to make it clear,
no standing to complain.
the intention was to dox somebody. And it doesn't matter whether Birdman's information was wrong, the intention and action was done out of malice to harass and weaponize someone's PII.
Mm-hmm.
There is zero excuse for this on YouTube or off platform on YouTube. Thank you for watching.
All right. So, let's see here. Responded July 23, July 25. Oh, okay.
Hello, my name is Future Nightmares. I was on Wargaming Dad's stream covering the Birdman situation regarding him doxing a cancer patient last night. While I was hopeful for a response by the Birdman, I wasn't.
Less than ideal mixing, okay, in this video, all right?
Expecting much until KinoFlex mentioned that Birdman had responded to my Twitter post.
So, did you guys go over the tweet of Birdman replying to Future's denying the allegations? Has he denied the allegations?
Wait, what? Can you link that to me? I didn't see this.
Yeah, let's link that and see what's going on. I'll keep listening.
I didn't even know he replied to me. What? That's epic. Did I win?
You just won if you did.
Wait.
89 subs.
Oh, wait, he did. Yo! Lies about me.
All right.
And there's a lot of lies that the Birdman is going to state that we will have to go one by one. Not sure who you are or why you're spreading lies about me, but I deleted nothing. This is actually true. And I will have to admit that I'm wrong when I posted this post onto Twitter and as well made this pinned comment, so I will have to apologize to my viewers that I am wrong when it comes to this. Because Birdman still has the post.
Listen, all you gotta do is when you look at the audio meter in a thing, okay? -9 dB. As long as you're hitting that zone, you're good. Alright? When the audio is going up and down like this, as long as you're like hitting this area right here, around -9 dB, you're golden.
Of the doxed information of the cancer patient in this very thread. So as of this time of publishing this video, Birdman is still actively doxing a random chatter with cancer. He has yet to remove this guy's dox information off of Twitter that is doxing a random person with cancer. I have to repeat it because it's just pure fucking insanity. If you can't see the post anymore, it's something Flash did. I posted the wrong person, admitted it, and posted a correct image in the same thread you're lying about. This is just a bizarre thing to say. If you posted someone's dox information and you did delete it, that would be a actual W. It would turn people's opinion on you around, and the fact that people would be convinced that you did genuinely make a mistake. But currently, right now, you are maliciously still continuously doxing a random person who happens to have cancer. Like, this is a crazy...
The Birdman has a video defending and simping for Rachel Zeichler. Yes, you hear correct, Rachel Zeichler. I do not know who that is. You want to elaborate?
Thing that this is like the clearest, easiest PRW that anybody could take is just to delete the post and then make a public apology, admitting that you've made a fucking...
I'm gonna speed up a little bit on this spot, because
horrible decision. But instead, you are going to continue doxing this individual that's just a random chatter with cancer. Again,
I'm being told that Just Your Nightmare using Vegas Pro does not have a audio meter in his video editor. Well, I'm pretty sure that you can find a there should be a window displaying the audio levels, okay?
I have to keep reiterating that. But you're also giving Yellowfish the W? In the sense that, like...
Yellowfish. Well, hey, look at that. The fucking... The captions, they got you. They got you right. Ooh.
Yellowfish, in your worldview, that if I'm not saying it, it's something that Yellowfish did. So Yellowfish is actually the better person.
Dude, holy shit, that's crazy. Multiple times says Yellowfish, and YouTube takes it to Yellow Flash. Dude, YouTube crazy, fucking crazy coverage, crazy cover given to giving crazy cover to Just Your Nightmare here. Nicandrus, would you consider making a YouTube tutorial showing the audience tips and tricks for filming and editing videos? Well, that's kind of what I do in every video. Every video of mine contains some subtle tutorial for whether it's installing certain programs I can't talk about. Oh wait, I forgot to check. No, never mind. Whether it's installing certain programs or showing like how to do research or how to find stuff on the Internet Archive. I think every one of my videos has some kind of segment, if you pay attention, where it shows where it like shows me doing some kind of tutorial. The Hassan video was the biggest what the fuck I ever saw. I was trying to bait the anti-Hassan like hate.
Because
and I actually got a lot of comments from people being like, this guy's a fucking terrorist. This guy shocks his dog. How to find someone's dogs on the Internet Archive? You joke. I mean, well, you joke, but a lot of people are exposed through the Internet Archive, actually. Which is why, if you have, you know, if you have a history of like public accounts and stuff, you might want to get yourself excluded from the Internet Archive, or have those things excluded. I mean, in my case, I do that shit because I don't want to give any distractions to people, or like any ways for people that I critique to distract from the criticism. But
he would want to,
I guess, people that have actually done like terrible things, you know, maybe that's not good advice to give out to people.
Remove someone's PII that has absolutely nothing to do with this whole situation.
I was more thinking, who the fuck is the intended audience for this? But Hassan saw it and used the tips, and if you're paid and was successful, then good job, lol. Yeah, I mean, well, Hassan didn't see the video itself, I just, there was somebody on that infamous Snark server, Snark Discord, who apparently, like, I asked him, like, hey, do you know anybody who can get this, like, thing to Hassan? And apparently that's the way that it found its way to Hassan. I don't know. When he pulls up on his stream, like, this screenshot of, like, the guide, being, like, step 1, step 2, step 3, like, that was something I DM'd somebody, but...
Situation. So you literally, like, this is how insane this is that...
It's not something I DM'd Hassan.
Birdman thinks that clearing this up in this very way is what's actually going to make him win this argument. Sure, I was wrong, but you are still actively doxing somebody, and you made this apparently right-wing grifter chud that's super uber racist look good. You made him look good, because now the yellow flash is the guy who would not have people's PII posted and would remove it. That's like epic and based. He also admits that he did post the wrong image, which, sure, but you are still making the active decision to dox a random person, and it's still being posted, it's still gaining views, and you are still...
By the way, like, thing is, right, well, it's probably not something I should be saying too much, or drawing too much attention to, but if you post somebody's, like, real face, or, like, a picture of what they look like, there are tools out there, they're very expensive tools, but there are tools that you can use to reverse search somebody's, like, face and find everything else, everywhere else where their face has been posted. So if you have a real name LinkedIn account, you know, posting somebody's face can easily lead, you know, doxers to find that person's, you know, everything else about that person.
Doxing a random chatter with cancer. Like, this is completely fucking inexcusable. Like, you're tanking your career when this is, like, the clearest, easiest fucking way to turn this shit around, and you're just destroying your entire YouTube reputation. So while I did make a mistake with reporting something that...
Dox tool tips with nick address. Listen, okay, look. If you go up here on the YouTube search bar, and you type in OSINT, okay, insane things will pop up, alright? Absolutely crazy stuff will happen. Insane, irresponsible things will be shown on the screen that you should never look up. The commentary community does not want you to know this, but if you type in OSINT into YouTube, you will find evil guides and tutorials.
Was a false statement because I no longer saw the dox information post. Now, after finding the actual specific thread, yeah, no, you are still doxing. So I will admit that I'm wrong, but you are still a piece of shit. And
have you seen what Nux looks like in real life? No, I have not. I mean, I guess it's something that, nah, I'm not gonna talk about it. It's not a good idea. But yeah, like, as far as I know, there are no pictures of Nuxtaku's face out there. And I want to be very clear that, like, if I don't do any kind of, like, doxing shit, unless somebody posts their face or, like, posts their name, like, clearly, deliberately attached to their content, I'm not gonna, like, post their face and shit. I think that that's a little bit weird. Well, to me, that's, like, you know, beyond, if I was, like, a doxer, or into doxing...
Beautiful.
Thank you for not telling me to Google OSINT.
Thank you, Just Unite Me for the 2, but, what the hell was I gonna say? Or what was I about to say? If I was like a doxer guy, okay, if I thought that was acceptable behavior, you know, I've been making like videos shitting on Nuxtaku for a couple of years, and I still have not posted his like face or name or anything like that.
Just because you admitted that you posted the wrong image doesn't change anything.
And the reason why is because I think that that's not okay. Like, Nux has publicly mentioned that, hey, he was swatted once, okay? Nux has publicly stated that he's been swatted. So that means that his, at that time, address and very likely other information is, it's out there, it's available. However, even if I came across it, even if I had access to it, I would never publish it, I would never spread it. Oh, thank you, Gaming Drush. Very nice of you to say that. Swatting is gay, and anyone who does that needs to go to jail? Absolutely, absolutely. It's even worse than doxing. But yeah, so... my personal standard, as always, should be pretty fucking clear. I don't,
Beautiful.
Swatters are the absolute worst, we can all agree.
Well, thank you, M2, for the 2. Yeah, I agree. Like, I do deploy, I do involve, like, OSINT, you know, stuff in when I do research, right? Like, just your nightmare, like, you're in the group chat on Discord with me and Harmful Opinions, talking about, like, the Birdman Discord stuff. And, like, when Harmful Opinions in one of these videos talks about, like, hey, I got in touch with this guy who was a moderator on this server. The way he did that is by finding their name and then messaging them on Facebook about it. But, you know, just because we have that information doesn't mean we're going to put it out there. That's never going to happen. It is never going to happen. Simple as. And if it does, then, you know, our reputations are fucking ruined. So it's kind of like a dual, you know, double-edged sword when you understand these kinds of things. Like, on one hand, what's the line between doxing and OSINT, by the way? So doxing is specifically when you publish somebody's PII, okay? Personally identifiable information, their name, their address, you know, picture of their face, that's like face doxing. That's when you're doing doxing. When you're doing OSINT, that's when you're like looking up stuff, looking at what's like available, looking at like archives of, you know, web pages, looking at username histories and stuff like that. Not just publish, but publish it to fuck with someone. I wouldn't, because people are really dumb on the internet. If you say like, hey, doxing is when you publish somebody's information with malice, what idiots on the internet will think is, okay, as long as I don't explicitly call for someone to be harassed with this information, it is okay to post their PII. No. If you don't have a reason, a legitimate reason, well, actually, so what this is referring to, like H3 did to that one dude and his family, that was not doxing. That's not doxing. If you make a public comment on somebody's like Instagram post, and that comment is tied to your real name profile, and somebody pulls it up on stream, like that's perfectly within the rules. That's perfectly within, like, you know, that's allowed. It's not doxing. Now, you can criticize it from the perspective of like, you know, do you really need to draw this much attention to this person? Like, are you really that, you know, pathetic where you need to, are you really that petty? Why is there horse sounds? Sorry, I don't know why, but I just, I haven't invented the process of blowing my nose. Okay. Where was I? Well, you can certainly say that what H3 did was, like, petty, and, like, you know, it's a bigger response, it's a, like, a much more aggressive response. It's a very Israeli mentality, okay? It's a very, it's the response to the action is like much more greater than the action itself of some random guy being like, fuck you, or like, oh, I don't like you.
Still,
yeah, from like, you can criticize it from that perspective, but calling it doxing, I think that's not okay. You can say that maybe he's like seeking his audience onto somebody. Sure, but whether that person is or isn't, like, you know, if that person was just an anonymous guy, you know, it's, I mean, all it is that it isn't doxing, like, to pull up somebody's, like, public profile. If they've made it publicly available, a lot of people don't think about the consequences of what information they put out there of themselves, and it's really unfortunate. I wish people would be more careful with what they post, but unfortunately, a lot of people, they have not, you know, guarded themselves very well. And, you know, evil and malicious people who will do nasty things to you, like, you wanna make sure that you're protected from the worst possible thing, instead of relying on other people's, like, kind-heartedness not to do something nasty with information that they might be able to find about you, you know, in various ways. But yeah, to answer, like, the sort of question that this segue spun out of, like, the difference between OSINT and doxing is that OSINT is, like, it's like a little Reddit little abbreviation for Reddit abbreviation for, like, you know, browsing information on the internet. It's investigation. That's basically what it is. And doxing is when you take the outcome of that investigation and you publish it to incite harassment of people. However, if you're publishing that information, like, if there is absolutely no reason, like, I have a difficulty perceiving beautiful.
Birdman isn't the only one who made the misstep, but the culture war thing is kind of dumb. Chuds are just broke reactionaries and have little pull over media but have a lot of pull in online discourse.
Alright, thank you for the 10 dividing by 0. Excuse me. Anonymity is your only protection and defense on the internet? Yeah. And unfortunately, you know, the unfortunate reality is that a lot of people who think they are anonymous are not actually anonymous. And for that reason, like, if you're doing anything on the internet, always do it with the expectation that you are doing it with your own name. Don't do anything or, like, browse anything. I swat myself mid-goon. Yeah, you know, don't do stuff online if you're not fine with that being attached to your identity. Beautiful.
I do think chuds, however, are a danger to democracy and personal freedoms as a whole. Also, you are doing God's work. Keep being awesome.
Thank you for the shit. Thank you for the 5. Another 5 dividing by 0. But yes, so as I was saying, oh, what's happening? Oh, my chat display just crashed. Irritating. But yeah, so investigating stuff, that's one thing. However, if you come across somebody's PII and you publish it, that's when it becomes doxing. If you, like, again, like, just because something isn't doxing doesn't mean that it's not bad. Like, if you menace people with, like, I have access, I know your real name, I know your address. If you say shit like that to menace them, to, you know, to intimidate them, or to, if you cultivate this aura of, like, if you go against me, I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna make you feel consequences in your real life. If you do that kind of shit, like, that's still wrong. And you can call it, you know, threatening to dox or insinuating doxing threats, but it is not doxing. But, you know, all of those things, threatening a dox, insinuating that you got somebody's information and you're gonna do something bad with it. Any stuff like that, I do not approve of that.
Actively sought out Yellow Flash's information, you saw that information in that Reddit thread, and then you propped it to add that PII to specifically dox Yellow Flash, but it turns out you've doxed a guy with fucking cancer, who's not Yellow Flash. So the correction isn't a fucking apology. You're not apologizing to the guy who you actually incited harassment towards, a guy who has fucking cancer, bro. Like, you are still a fucking doxer. And even then, if I grant you and be the most fucking good faith person on the platform and say that all the information's wrong, the face is wrong, the name is wrong, the location's wrong, it doesn't change a thing, because the fact is that you personally believed that information was correct. You believed it. So when you posted it, you knew you were doxing. That is the fucking bottom line of it. So even if I grant you that all the information's wrong, it doesn't change a fucking thing. You're still a doxer. You are attempting to dox somebody. Well, it's impossible to dox someone with their public image. This is untrue. Just by someone's photo, there's plenty of ways to gain someone's full information. Reverse image searching, face recognition software, or
Yep.
Data scrubbing can reveal someone's private location. So yes, posting someone's face without them consenting to post it on a public platform themselves.
Are you gonna watch the Mike Klum EDP documentary this Sunday? I don't typically stream on Sundays, but if it's like, maybe I can start like a stream an hour early. maybe it will, there'll be enough room to watch
This
it.
is doxing. And to be clear, this is just a random guy with cancer, and for some reason the Birdman is trying to claim that this is just public, which is untrue, because the only reason why it's public is because someone else doxed the person onto Reddit and nobody has taken down the post. No one knows that person's name, no one is harassing them. Post proof or shut your bitch ass up. Again, this is untrue because the post does show the guy's.
So this kind of standard, by the way, this is this thing.
No one is harassing them.
Oh, you're saying you're being harassed? Post proof that you're being harassed. That's bullshit.
Beautiful.
Funny doxing convo. Look at DMs about that.
Oh, thank you for the 5. Or the 2, excuse me. I gave too much credit. Thank you for the 2, Nightmare. Let's see. You're the actual doxer trying to spin your Yellow Flash misunderstanding. But yeah, so when you say, like, oh, I mean, well, there are cases like, if you're demanding, like, evidence, at least when you're demanding it to be posted publicly, of someone being harassed, like, that you're kind of making a demand that a lot of people cannot meet. Not because there's no evidence, or not because, harassment is not happening, or because doxing, isn't happening, but because a basic rule, when you are facing real-life harassment, doxing, swatting, anything of that nature, the best way to make that stop is to not give the people who do it attention. And if you're asking somebody like, hey, reveal that somebody, like, if somebody uses doxing techniques to find your personal email address and they're sending you stuff, and like somebody's asking like, hey, post proof that you're being harassed. If you send like those messages like publicly, you are confirming to that person that they have found your personal address. And in that situation, like, you're completely like in some situations you cannot post, you cannot give evidence of the harassment that's happening. And like in this situation, what's being said is that like, hey, listen, if you do this, this will result in harassment. And they're saying like, oh, post evidence, I believe. But, if you have a case, well, yeah, now that Chibi reviews this, that's true. That's very much true. All right. I'm sure they will send the black people to his house sometime soon. When you're saying like, oh, this is not going to cause harassment, post proof otherwise. If somebody is saying like, oh, I'm being harassed, that's a different scenario, because then they are confirming that, hey, listen, they are receiving harassment. But if you're being swatted, if you're having pizza sent to your house, if you're having like some kind of awful things happening in your personal life, you should not be talking about that publicly on your platform as a content creator, because you are confirming to the people who are doing that they are succeeding. Now, I'm not, me personally, nothing like that's happened to me, but there's a lot of content creators out there who are dealing with stuff like this. People harassing their family members at their like place of work, showing up to their place of work, stuff like that. And they can't talk about it because it only gets worse. So, in my case, nothing's bad, nothing bad's happening to me. But other people out there, I don't want to like, because the way that I said this, I'm concerned it makes it sound like I'm saying like, ooh, all this crazy stuff's happening to me. It's not. It isn't. But other people might be going through like crazy, targeted harassment, stalking types of scenarios where they can't talk about it. And as a viewer, as a consumer of content, if you're confused, like, hey, why is this YouTuber, why are they taking so much time with this and that? And why are they like, what's with their like mentality recently? They can't tell you. They cannot tell you if something of that nature is happening. So, keep an open mind, all right? That maybe that might be a possibility. All right. yeah, it comes with the territory of being a public figure. Like, that's a professional hazard. How about that? As a terminology. Of being a content creator is like being targeted with like doxing, harassment. But again, like the best way to deal with that is to, if you're receiving death threats, if people are sending you like your address and being like, I'm gonna show up and kill you, you put that, you report that silently to the authorities, but you don't post about that publicly. Now that I said that nothing bad's happening to me, I wonder if there's some guy who's been like sending all these threats to like some random person that they thought was me, and now they realize, oh shit, the threats are not going through. I better change my change the address.
Post proof or shut your bitch ass up.
Okay, Remnant.
Again, this is untrue because the post does show the guy's name and also his location. Birdman refutes this by showing Google AI, which is not evidence because Google AI is just going to pull from the general consensus, which the general consensus believes that was the guy's fucking name and also his face and his location. And to my knowledge, the Yellow Flash guy's name is not public. To my knowledge. I might be wrong on that. Also, I said you were inciting harassment. Birdman apparently doesn't know what inciting means. You, by posting their PII and their face, is encouraging the harassment of a cancer patient.
Yes, indeed. So, like, the act of doxing in itself, or posting somebody's personal information, it does incite and encourage harassment. And the problem with, like, the problem I have with saying, like, defining doxing as posting somebody's PII to incite harassment is that dumb people will take that and think, okay, as long as I don't explicitly call for somebody to be harassed, it's okay to post their information. No, it's not. It isn't.
That is what incitement is. Well, and full knowledge is another lie. Birdman did know with full knowledge that this guy's private information was in the Reddit post. The screenshot he posted was not just from Google Images, as Birdman claims, as the image on Google does not show the man's PII, but the embed image for the Reddit thread. Birdman himself contradicts this statement later when he admits he clicked on the thread to grab the screenshot to post it to Twitter, meaning the Birdman saw the name, the location, and with the full knowledge of seeing it, kept it inside his crop to show the private information onto Twitter. Now, for some odd reason, the last paragraph is him having some homosexual fantasy. Look, I'm sorry.
Okay. You will not accept. Let me stop you right there. Who the fuck are you? Nobody even cares to follow you on Twitter. Who do you think you are to demand anything? I don't answer to you. You're on my nuts. Get a good look. You'll be staring at them from below for a while. What the fuck? This guy's wild, dude.
Sorry to say I'm not gay, and for you, I'm just saying you don't have a girlfriend, and there's a lot of bathhouses on your side of the United States. Not claiming anything, just find it mildly interesting. Well, that's the response.
Take a good look at my nuts. You're gonna be there for a while. It seems rather strange. You're like, you're enjoying another man being on your nuts.
But I figured I would show you some more highlights from my initial reaction in real time of the Birdman crashing out. Thank you for watching. Like he's speedrunning the end of his career in real time.
Alright, so Future has told me that this segment is not worth watching, so let's move on. To the net. Fuck, holy shit. That's a massive L of trying to speak. Yeah. You don't need to watch the highlights at the end, just skip it. He doesn't enjoy it, it's just about sending a message, alright. He'll get it done.
Discord server.
By any means necessary. Alright, let's see.
Hello, I'm Future Nightmares. Let's not beat around... Hello, I'm Future Nightmares. Let's not beat around the bush here. We're gonna get straight into the Birdman's Discord server, the Nest. Before I show this...
The Nest. Fuck it up.
Screenshots I've uncovered from his Discord...
757 members, I thought there would be more.
Discord, I want to be clear. I do not think the Birdman is a nonce or a groomer.
A nonce? Yeah, this by the way is like a very important thing, because people are saying like, oh, there's some kind of like controversy about the Birdman's Discord involving minors and NSFW content. A lot of people that do not like listen properly, a lot of people who don't listen too good, they will assume that it's instantly some kind of pedophilic controversy. Given, like, I've seen some, like, pretty crazy stuff on this server, but it's absolutely nothing like anything that's on, like, the Nuxtaku Discord server. That's not what's happening. Like, the shit that was happening on Nuxtaku's Discord server, or the Ava Chris Tyson server, like, it's like a whole other level. The biggest sin for the Birdman in this drama, regarding the Discord stuff, is that, is that his response to these initial claims was to lie, and he makes himself look really stupid in his responses to Harmful's videos.
If anyone claims as such to incite harassment, I will defend the Birdman for defamatory claims unless proven with evidence otherwise to those serious allegations.
Excuse me, let me take a quick nose-blowing break. Alright, I'm back. I just realized Otterly Noah plagiarized Birdman's server with Otterly Noah's neurodivergent nest for his Discord server. Yeah, I noticed that too, but technically, you know, don't both of those animals... don't they both, like, make nests? How does this guy have a... Stop making fun of me.
The Birdman server has no age gate, and is full of minors, the youngest proclaiming their age as young as 13.
Da-da-da.
As young as 13.
Wait, Future? Hold on a second. You've taken this message totally out of context, okay? This is the fucking... Alright, this is gonna be really funny. So, what Birdman... what Future has you know, taken this message from... There was a conversation on the Discord server where some 17-year-old mentions, like, hey, I'm talking to this pedophile on Snapchat. And, I'm talking to this pedophile on Snapchat. Take a look at these messages. Look at these screenshots. And, then it's like, oh, he sent me his dick picture. And, like, somebody asks him, like, oh, how old does he think you are? And he like, this is the message of that guy on the server saying, I told him that I'm 13 years old. Is that not right? So you have a nightmare, you have fucked up, you have screwed up over here. The youngest person on the server wasn't 13, it was 14, and he was one of the moderators. He was the first person appointed a moderator.
Birdman even acknowledged.
But yeah, we can take a look at the we can take a look at the Snapchat pedophile conversation.
Acknowledges one's age
later, perhaps.
Age as seen here, in full knowledge that this person is a minor. In just this year, in the year of 2026, full knowledge that this
Alright, here in California, listen,
person is a minor. In just this year, in the year of 2026, this user would post a fully nude anime woman.
That person was 16? No, I think they were 17, right?
In the shower, only blocking her nipples with her arm. This was never moderated. It's not deleted.
Okay, so the problem with this video feature is that you're being... the tone is a little bit too serious given what's being presented.
And is still up live in Birdman's Discord server.
From listening to this, you might assume that it's like George Bush speaking after 9/11.
It's not deleted. In the year of 2026, this user would post a fully nude anime woman in the shower, only blocking her nipples with her arm. This was never moderated, it's not deleted, and is still up live in Birdman's Discord server. From
Osama bin Laden's still out there somewhere, and we'll be coming back for it.
From 2020 to 2024, individuals in the server were...
Don't you see how this image will kill billions of innocents? You're 16, blah blah blah.
Were fully, openly expressing their porn addiction.
We shall send... Okay.
And proclaiming they have a folder full of pornography. None of these conversations...
Oh hey, it's the Zeotrax person. This person is one of the newly appointed moderators on the Birdman's Discord server. After they deleted everything and blocked people from joining it.
Were moderated and were allowed to continue for years for the minors.
Simon, she was nude.
Now, you may say these were just the fault of other users and not the Birdman himself.
So, like, again, I'd say on this segment, like on this video, is that like the tone you're putting on is like way too. The tone you're putting on is a little crazy. But in a manner of speaking, I think it is fitting because you are responding to the Birdman, who is the most melodramatic person.
In 2019, while minors were active in the server.
Does it really matter since it's from a show that is 13 plus? You know, like movies can contain material that's like, I mean, what kind of context was that message being like talked about in? Here's another anime girl Maga would hate. Yeah, she thick and beautiful. Like they're talking about like their arousal towards these characters. And the issue, like, if a kid finds, like this is something Harmful said a billion times, I'm kind of plagiarizing his thoughts here. If a child navigates, you know, looks around on the internet and they see tits, that doesn't really matter. It's not a big deal. If a child enters a chat room where an adult person is talking to them, or they are seeing, you know, they're like looking at conversation between other adult people, and those people are like, hey, this shit's pretty hot, this is pretty, you know, sexy and stuff. And they are also interacting in that manner towards the kid, and they are showing that kid directly material, even if it is like, let's say they like show like screenshots of like fan service moments from anime that's like rated for like, you know, 13-year-olds and the person is like 15. That's still fucking weird, and like that's still like not okay. Like the big element there is the exposure to like those kinds of interactions with an adult person. And even if there is no like, even if those adult people don't intend to pursue any kind of even if those people do not intend to get into any kind of relationship or involve themselves involve themselves sexually with that minor in any way, it is still teaching the minor, or like setting them a bad like example of what is appropriate for, like, what is an appropriate way for an adult to behave with them. And if you normalize to children the idea that, like, oh yeah, it's totally normal for like a 30-year-old guy to talk about what like Japanese cartoons they like to masturbate to, that kid is going to have a really hard time on the internet. They might come across, like, they are much more vulnerable to coming across very fishy people who will take advantage of their vulnerability.
Discord server. From 2020 to 2024, individuals in the server were fully, openly expressing their porn addictions and proclaiming they have a...
What if they creep on them for years until they turn 18? Well, that would be like a form of grooming.
Folder full of pornography. None of these conversations were moderated and were allowed to continue for years in front of minors. Now, you may say these were just...
In front of minors, stranger danger rule? Yep. Again, like the phrasing here is it's making a stronger claim than I think it should. I don't disagree, Simon, that it is kind of weak. Like, yeah, like, it is kind of weak. I think even Harmful said in his video that, like, this is kind of a weak, or like a, was it a mid attack was the phrasing that he used? But let's see. Is this opening properly? Yeah, there we go. Yep. I'll just but there is still mid attack, yes. There is still like neglect here and recklessness here. And especially, like, I'm gonna show some stuff that should make it very clear why you shouldn't have minors in positions of like moderating a Discord server, because even adults, they might be faced with situations where they don't know what to do, and as a result, you know, they let's see here. I'm just adding a how do I move this so that I don't shit just showing some stats from the Discord server. Wanted to pull that up into my tabs. Like, there's still like, yeah, so what I was saying is that, like, the kinds of things you're gonna have to deal with as a moderator is like, it's not for kids. And there is a situation that happened on the Birdman's Discord server, and I'm not talking about the one that Harmful Opinions brings up in his video, which is a situation where, like, clearly adult individuals that looked into the story, they didn't know what to do either.
Just the fault of other users and not the Birdman himself. In 2019, while minors were active in the server, the Birdman would type this out, identifying exactly where to go to get hentai and naming the website, saying, if you want to hentai, go here. He would make another post about a Japanese, quote, softcore porn star, allowing minors to find and engage in softcore pornography. Based off in this message, he seems to really enjoy that the softcore porn star is holding his plush, and how he had the chance to date and marry her. One can only guess how much money he spent for the softcore porn star to do things to that plush for his arousal. Joke aside, this is incredibly inappropriate and shows...
Okay, so this is, again, like, incredibly inappropriate. Like, you gotta tone it down a little bit, alright? These are inappropriate interactions, or like, inappropriate things to be saying on a Discord server with minors on it.
Shows the Birdman's reckless...
That would
behavior has stemmed all the way back to the beginning of his career. And the lack of ability to moderate his own server...
That would be much more of an appropriate description.
...full of children. Again, this is not grooming or pedophilia, but is normalization of sexual topics and showing minors where to find sexual content. These things make it far easier for minors to be susceptible to predation and grooming when topics like these around minors and normalized. My suggestion to the Birdman, given that he has fucked up.
I'm figuring shit out, man. This video cringe. Well, listen, at least he didn't fucking end. At least he didn't make a video that got 700,000 views when you thought it was gonna get 30,000 views, and you ended it with a fade to black with a fucking line in the middle saying some shit like, God, what was it that I fucking wrote? My only power is the one you give me when you lie. What the fuck was I? What was the fucking mental space where I was at when I fucking wrote that shit? I mean, it's true, but it's also incredibly autistic and retarded.
Once around minors and allows sexual topics to be talked about around minors for years with lack of.
I think my mentality when I put that in there was to try to condense a lesson, condense like the lesson to Murahar, like just stop lying, dude. I believe that was the mentality that resulted in that being produced. But it's very funny now.
Moderation is to make the server 18 plus and ban the minors in your server. It is never a good idea as a content creator to have an all ages Discord server because things like these can happen, as chat forums like Discord is extremely difficult to moderate when minors and adults are interacting. If you fix this issue and issue a public apology, I will gladly give you a W Birdman.
So this video is lacking like the ISIS music in the background.
And celebrate your decision to remedying the issue. If you become hard-headed, belligerent, and dodge the issue like your doxing drama, things will only get far, far worse for you.
You need to have like the ISIS flag at the top here, like flowing. That's
And it's become a career.
And you need to have like the other guys in here. Other guys in here in the background with guns and stuff, okay? This video deeply needs more.
Surrender. You lose nothing and gain everything by banning minors.
I should have ended the video here. Nightmares holding Birdman hostage. He's got the flag of the anti-map organization.
And keeping your server 18 plus. Do make the right decision. Also,
it's a fucking jigsaw ass shit. You want to play the game? The choice is yours.
As a final note to the end of this video, delete the doxing posts on your Twitter. If you do these things, I will gladly make a positive video and tweets about you for doing the right thing.
Guys, 200 subscribers, 200 people will find out about, will hear nice things about the Birdman.
And I will stop my crusade against you. No more videos, no more tweets. This will all end if you do the right thing. Oh, and one more thing, Birdman.
it's the Mad Max like, oh, walk away. God, I can't remember what the line is. Shit.
If you decide to claim that these are lies and that these things,
I thought it was funny. You should have said like, I will make a video for my 154 subscribers or whatever it was at the time, and speak positively of you.
never happen. I have no issue of sending every, quote, drama tuber the archive of your server. So please, it is in your best interest to not lie about this one. I also want to state for the last time that the Birdman is not a groomer or a pedophile. He's extremely reckless and idiotic.
Extremely reckless. God damn it. Nightmare. You're over-egging the pudding.
For his actions, do not make me have to go to the defense of the Birdman. If you make these claims, I will defend him. Thank you for watching.
What the fuck's happening here? Anyway. July 29? July 26, okay. July 29. Which one of these came first? Your response or the fucking... Yeah, this came before. No, this came after the Harmful Opinions video. So, was it this or something else that resulted in Birdman making a response? I believe this was all purely just harmful, yeah, before yours, but what was the specific thing that inspired the Birdman to make a video about responding to the claims?
Your old Uncle Birdman had a wild weekend as a...
Your old Uncle Birdman had a wild weekend as a couple. That's later.
Couple things happened, and the worst people imaginable are attempting to capitalize on them. Some of you may have heard about them.
Attempting to capitalize on them? I don't think... Future, like Nightmare, you're not even monetized on YouTube. What are you capitalizing on?
Some of you may have even seen what I've said about them, but some of you may not. So, I'm here to set the record straight. I am currently being pilloried by a couple content creators who have made it their life's goal to find...
Life's goal? Fuck around with you for a week.
Find a gotcha on me, and...
Oh my god.
They believe they've found that gotcha. I assure you, they have not. I'll start from the top.
So... I may have been a bit too hard on Future, because I did initially remember that, okay, the Birdman has a certain energy that he was clearly trying to match here. But now that I watch this shit again, like he's much more melodramatic than you were being.
I made a joke tweet teasing the critical drinker, something I do all the time.
Teasing? Is this another sexual thing?
Because he is a joke, but sadly, he is a joke that people take very seriously. This is the tweet I'd made where I say that Drinker had not tweeted about The Odyssey, a film he and his cohorts were obviously hoping would fail. Drinker had made a video where his main points were that the dislikes on the trailer, which are fake, by the way, somehow reflects a mainstream backlash against the movie, and that the casting of certain actors could...
The Birdman's energy is that of a low-key, low-tier god who is trying hard to limit himself or else nobody will take him seriously. Yeah, I guess it did work.
Potentially alienate viewers. In other words, predicting a flop without predicting a flop, and later hedging his bet by saying Nolan's name could sell the film, but that it wouldn't surpass Oppenheimer, which it's currently on track to do. It's your bog standard double-speak grift video from Will, playing the plausible deniability game, but nudging and winking just enough so that if this film did flop, he could point and say, "I told you so" about the cast and the dislikes. My tweet was in reference to the film receiving rave reviews from the critics and audience and making a boatload of money, defying the core thesis of his video and all other grifter videos on the film. This tweet blew up, garnering responses from other...
It's the beginning, I believe this is the beginning of the incident that ignited the yellow flash response.
And Will himself, all trying to tell me that Will was on vacation and that's why he couldn't tweet. You know, things that don't make sense, especially given the fact that Will tweets all the time while on vacation. It's obvious that he was hiding from the success of The Odyssey and using the pretense of being on vacation as a reason not to pick up his cell phone and type.
I mean, so the Birdman, like, he might have a point here. He could be correct about this, but when you make a claim like this, like, I think you need to have something a bit more solid to make that assumption. Or to make that read about him like a
couple words. One of the grifters that responded to me was Yellow Flash, and here we get to the first of the things I mentioned at the beginning of this video. Flash and I go back and forth on Twitter a few times, throwing jabs at each other until one of my audience members posts a meme in one of the comment threads. This meme is now...
Oh, yeah, it does. All the time is examples, one from 2025 and one from 2022. That's a good point.
Deleted, but the core idea of the meme was that grifters should get beat up. Flash responds to that tweet with something along the lines of, "You don't have..."
Yes, Rex.
"Have the gas." He was basically insinuating that my audience member was fat and out of shape and basically couldn't handle him in a fight. I remind you, it was a fucking meme. Here's where I jump in to point out that Yellow Flash is also a guy that is out of shape. To prove this, I Google Yellow Flash 2 real face. Google Images pops this up. The first 4 results are all Reddit results, the first and fourth of which are showing a man's face. I click the first and fourth link and they take me to the same Reddit thread that is over a year old. This thread lists Yellow Flash's apparent name, his general location, and these images of a portly man. I read through the thread and find 0 pushback on the fact that this may not be him.
Okay, think about the intelligence of you. Oh, I found 0 pushback against this being the guy, so it must be him. And also, like, this is such crazy shit, like, what is this defense here? Like, I decided to go and post his face. Imagine if, like, my defense to claims of doxing is to be like, well, then I pulled out my Dox Tool 4 and ran it on this profile to find their PII, which I then proceeded to post.
I then perform
141 IQ, bro. True.
A Google search on the name that is listed in that thread, and Google's AI confirms the name.
Google's AI, bro.
As Yellow Flash's name, along with a link to one of Yellow.
This is so fucking stupid.
Flash's videos that I did not click. It's at this point I decide that this is Yellow Flash's face and real name, so I screenshot the image and...
Oh shit, I forgot a very important thing.
Hello, I'm Future.
This is Future's channel for you guys to check out. It's a little bit late, but you know, if you want to check him out, then that's well, let's continue.
Post a response on Twitter pointing out that Flash is also out of shape and basically shouldn't be throwing stones in glass houses. Now, you might have noticed I'm not saying or showing the name in this video so far. This is because it turns out this image was not of Yellow Flash, which immediately causes him to quote tweet and proclaim that I did exactly what Angry Joe apparently did, and posted the same image of a person who was not Yellow Flash, but of an apparent regular guy who Flash met and who is suffering from cancer. In response, I screenshot the Reddit thread to
I literally only do slop videos. I mean, slop or not slop, it's still content, okay?
Show my source. This screenshot had a name and a general area. This caused Flash's fans and people who literally follow my Twitter account around just to hate to say that I doxed a man suffering from cancer. Now, let's pause and talk about doxing. According to the Foundation for...
Alright, so you've already lost. So... pulling up like a legal definition or something, like people are not saying you committed a crime, they're saying you engaged in harassing behavior on the internet. So this is like just fucking nonsense.
For individual rights and expression, or FIRE, doxing is the intentional release of an individual's personal identifying information without the person's permission, usually with intent to retaliate or intimidate. Notice that it says intentional and intent. I am from California.
Intention to intimidate. Yeah, so let me see if I can find this somewhere. Oh, Harmful Opinions have sent me a message. If you're going through Birdman stuff, tiny bonus me regarding how much he's on Discord. Raven Directors. Okay. So apparently, God. Let's see here. Where's the fucking, there's the group chat. I believe I posted somewhere. Oh, yeah. So there's a message from, like, the 16th of July. I think I can actually pull this up on just, on the stream. Here. Like, from like the Birdman's Discord server. It's pretty funny to me, but I wonder how Tony would react if I posted his fetal alcohol syndrome looking ass face on a video thousands of people would see. Like, is that not... Are you not trying to like intimidate this guy or like distress him in some way? Like this is
Notice that it says intent.
And if this is a part of like a pattern of behavior with the other stuff he chooses to post about people, like clearly like like there is a... Oh, he's just joking around. He's just joking around. That's... Well, that's for true. It's just a joke, you know? Trying to, like, do something to distress people on purpose by posting their real face.
And intent. I am from California, and thus I am subject to California's laws.
Wow. So Future, you said the California law actually cooks him. It's really funny. Every person with intent to place another person in reasonable fear for his or her safety. I mean, if you post somebody's fucking face and you're like, I wonder how he would feel if I put this in front of thousands of people. Is that not fucking, is that not like, does that not fit the fucking description? Placing another person in reasonable fear for his or her safety, or the safety of the other person's immediate family, means of electronic communications. California law states posting people's faces is considered doxing. Interesting. Is it somewhere, is it somewhere in here? By means of an electronic communication device and without consent of the other person, and for the purpose of imminently causing that other person unwanted physical contact, injury, or harassment by a third party. Publishes, makes available for downloading. Digital image of another person, electronic message of a harassing nature about another person. Beautiful.
You don't understand, Nick. Y'all are playing checkers while the Birdman is playing chess.
Thank you for the 5, David Canada. It's guilty of misdemeanor.
Here is what California's laws say about...
Means a knowing and willful cause of conduct directed at a specific person that a reasonable person would consider as seriously alarming, seriously annoying, seriously tormenting, or seriously terrorizing the person, and that serves no legitimate purpose. So, like, doesn't that fit the description of being like, oh, I wonder how you would feel if I posted your picture in front of thousands of people?
Doxing, which is specifically covered under California Penal Code 653.2. Every person who, with intent to place another person in reasonable fear for his or her safety, yada yada yada, causing that other person unwanted physical contact, injury, or harassment by a third party, yada yada yada, can be subject to all these forms of punishment. You'll notice California law also states intent. On this law firm's website, they clarified that doxing, according to Penal Code 653.2,
but again, like this whole focus on like you could avoid conviction if you were not trying to harass or bother someone online. Trying to bother. Well, again, I wonder how Tony would react if I posted his, well, like describing people in these kinds of terms, like that's already a violation of YouTube's like, YouTube's guidelines. But like he's very giddy, clearly, very giddy here about like, ooh, I'm gonna make you feel so uncomfy right now by posting your like face. And this is like some other thing, like this guy's a fucking like wild pattern of just being like, yeah, I'm gonna just post your face. I'm gonna post your face online, dude.
Must be an act.
Like, in some cases, it may not be doxing, as in like he's pulling up like never before seen like images of somebody's like face. But it's certainly like harassing behavior by like the standards of the media literacy community.
Act with intent.
And it's kind of insane that people uses people's legal names. Yeah, like, doesn't he, like, is this correct? Like, doesn't he use Mauler's real name when he talks about him? As far as I understand, Mauler is not, like, from what I've heard, or I don't have definitive knowledge, Mauler apparently is not public with their name, so, like, that's like insane behavior. That would never be tolerated in, like, the fucking commentary space. Ta-da. Hold on a second, I got a message. I guess not. Anyway, let's uses Kino, yeah, so uses Mauler's real name, uses Kinoflex's real name. Okay, so you've never heard, okay. Semi-public. But, like, if somebody my personal standard when it comes to this stuff is that, like, if you've made your name, like, openly and clearly connected to you, in that situation, like, someone mentioning your name, like, it's not doxing at that point. If someone is pulling up, like, pulling up, like, an obscure profile that, like, you need to use, like, some kind of, like, special, no. I mean, there are standards for, like, what's considered doxing and not doxing, and I have my personal standards for, like, what I consider to be, like, a nasty or nice thing to do. And my standard, you know, that, like, other standard is that, like, if your full name and your face is, like, because there's a lot of people out there where, like, they might have their name, their full real name on some website attached to, like, their YouTube handle. And for me to pull up somebody's, like, real name based on that, when it's clearly not intended to be public by the creator, I wouldn't do that. But if I did that, it wouldn't be doxing. However, I consider that to be, like, if you don't intend your shit to be public and, you know, there's some slip up, like, it's like, it was posted elsewhere by a dox, yeah. So, I mean, if the information is coming from a doxer instead of the person themselves publicly connecting that name to their online presence, then yeah, like, that is doxing behavior in that situation.
Of subjecting someone to harassment. So, according to this information, I have...
Even if it is public, the intent in using the real name instead of the alias is clear. Yes, absolutely.
Factually not doxed anyone because I mistakenly shared an image of a person who I thought was Yellow Flash, a public figure. I did not intend for anyone to harass the gentleman in the photograph, and it's impossible for anyone to have done so for the next reason this claim is ridiculous.
Oh my god. I mean, clearly you were trying to, like, trying to distress somebody by posting their, like, real photo.
No personal information has been shared. I spoke earlier about...
Except for a guy's face?
About the name in the screenshot, and that name in the screenshot is Kevin. Kevin is Yellow Flash's real first name. On live streams, you can see he uses his real name, Kevin Flash. So you see, the only thing I showed in the screenshot was the image of a guy. That's not doxing. Otherwise, every single video on the internet where random people appear would be doxing.
I mean, if you're showing, like, somebody's, like, if you're showing clearly, like, a screenshot from Reddit, and you're showing, like, the title of the post, like, it doesn't matter if you cropped it. It doesn't matter if you cropped it. If you uncrop the fucking, like, thread, and, like, somebody's, like, PII is, like, right here in this area, like posting this on Twitter with all these clues as to like where this is originally from is still like really bad.
And we all know that's a ridiculous proposition. Now, you're probably thinking, well, what about the location that was in the screenshot? The person who created the Reddit thread was piecing together information that had already been floating around about Yellow Flash. They were not revealing the location of the gentleman in the photograph, which is why they give a very large geographic area in the Reddit thread instead of a specific location. After doing some digging, I can confirm the location mentioned on Reddit is one people were already regularly attributing to Yellow Flash, which I won't be publicly saying here in this video. So, I didn't share the name of the man in the image, nor the location of the man in the image. I have proven there is no actual doxing here, as I never
what was the intent?
Intended anyone to harass anyone, nor was any actual personal information.
So again, like he's doing the dumb, like the idiot person thing that I was talking about, where like, oh, if I do something that in itself will incite harassment, if I do something that by itself will incite harassment, as long as I say I did not have that intention, I'm in the clear, like no.
Information shared. The best you can say here is I got two people mixed up.
Where I fucked up is I posted an image of the wrong guy. So he doesn't even regret, like, or have anything to say about like, hey, it's probably not a good thing to be like posting people's PII. Especially when he does such, little research. Like, if the Birdman came out and was like, okay, hey, I've reached out to the creator to check and make sure that they are okay with the image being publicized. And that they are public with their image. Like, if you go down this road, you can easily, like, post, like, an image that's been leaked. That's the only reason people know why this is, like, that person is because the image was, like, leaked to some kind of website zero, let's say. And because of that, it, somehow appeared in Google results.
And in my...
one of the things you have to do when you're a content creator is that Google has like this thing for like, you can look it up, it's like Google personal information or like removal request thing. You can sign up for like this thing where it alerts you if a Google search result or like Google has indexed a page that contains like your full name, your address, your emails, stuff like that. It keeps track of that stuff, and then it like sends you a notification, and then you can request that page to be removed from Google's search results. That's something you want to do as a content creator, but some people, they don't do that. Some people, if you type into Google nickname space docs, you will find like their information because they don't know to do that. Google has indexed, doxing websites instead of removing that person, or like having their information removed.
Defense that.
Yeah, but it's still only a request. Well, I mean, for removing results from sites like Kiwi Farms, like it should be shut the fuck up. Does it really work? My understanding is that it does. But like if the website that's sharing that image is like, a gossip site or a doxing website, then yeah, they will absolutely take that down. One of the big problems that was like some years ago, if you guys remember when Noah Samson made a video accusing Think Before You Sleep of being a doxer, or like accusing him of doxing Illimation. Aside from showing a bunch of like images of like him as a little boy shirtless, one of the big mistakes that Noah makes in that video is that, well, number one, he's acknowledging that someone's being doxed and drawing attention to the fact that someone's being doxed and that they're like, the names and addresses of their family members are being like, spread out there on the internet. That's something you absolutely should not do under any circumstances. Now, I did check a couple months ago if this still works, and it didn't work. It no longer works. But at the time when that video came out, if you took any of the text from Noah shows in the video screenshots of like the doxing websites, but he's censored parts of it. But there are like innocuous sentences of like, oh, we did this because of XYZ and BBB, blah, 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 blah. If you type that, like if you retype or like use an optical character recognition to copy that text and then Google it in quotes, that would pull up the doxing website where like Illumination's all information was posted on. And for that reason, like it's fucking insane to make a video like that. Like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Do not fucking, like, don't draw attention to other people's doxes. Do not, like, acknowledge that people have been doxed. Don't spread doxes and things like that. Like, that's crazy behavior. And, like, the only thing that, like, that Noah Samsen was achieving there is, you know, well, he was, you know, drumming up, like, the victim narrative for, like, for Illumination, and also, you know, trying to paint TBYS as responsible for that behavior. But also simultaneously, he's simultaneously fucking like, just like drawing attention to somebody's docs information and providing a gateway to finding it. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Do not do this.
It was an incredibly easy.
I don't understand how that guy lost the thing before you sweep. Yeah, it's actually really incredible how much of a downfall in terms of credibility like TBYS has had. Like, he looked really good in that exchange with Noah Samsen, but then like he goes and defends Tectone and does all this other, you know, dumb shit. And it's like, okay, you fucking suck,
thing
dude.
to do. Flash responded to my image with a video where he revealed his face to me. I grabbed a screenshot, and when you compare it with the man in the photograph, it's easy to see how the person who made the Reddit post thought this was Yellow Flash. So, my immediate response was to go back to the thread where I'd made the post defending my audience member, post his actual photo this time, and restate my original tweet about him being out of shape, the same thing he was claiming about someone else. So, as you can see, the claim that
that pink video he did was really bad, yeah, and like, and also that fucking, like, that whole situation was fucking crazy, like, Legal Mindset and fucking, I think TBYS were both like posting Pink's like full name in those videos. And it's like, no, like, what are you doing, dude? And of course, with the, I believe with the Legal Mindset stream, they also posted Pink's address, which, because like, I believe Tectone, like before the legal case concluded, I believe Tectone moved from like, he moved to San Antonio, Texas or something. He talked about this on like, in public videos. But in the law, in the legal documents that were published, or were leaked, actually, yeah, so Legal Mindset posted Tectone's address as well. That is true and not true. So, in the legal documents, the address of, Tectone's address in those documents, it was his old address. He had already moved, and it was only Pink's address that was like, it was her current address. So Tectone's old house gets doxed, doesn't really matter. When the place where you live right now gets doxed or released, that's really bad, okay? That's really bad. So yeah, like, no. The situation is not, like, given the level of coordination between Tectone and Legal Mindset on this, like, it's very clearly, like, the intent is to dox Pink in such a manner that it looks like it's not like, or to excuse it in some manner. Isn't Tectone liable for third-party harassment because of that? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And like, there was absolutely no reason for Legal Mindset to release that information. Like, he could have had that redacted. Wait, Legal Mindset, is that the guy who goes to Asia for the prostitution? Yes, yes. But yeah, like, there was absolutely no reason to release any of those details. And, like, those documents were meant to be sealed. So, like, the thing that's insane with that is that, like, Tectone had this big plan to, like, try his best to, like, black paint or smear Pink and Pink's, like, allegations. And he, like, did, like, Shamu's video, like, goes into it, like, how, like, Legal Mindset, he used to hate Legal Mindset. But when, you know, the lawsuit was wrapping up, he suddenly began to, like, you know, vouch for Legal Mindset. He got Legal Mindset into Mythic Talent and began, like, speaking very positively of him. Like, very clearly setting up, like, stooges to come and defend him at the appropriate time. And, you know, I don't know what the numbers are generally. Tectone has kind of faded away quite significantly after the allegations. But, like, the level of, like, the level of, like, coordination that he engaged in to, like, do like the third-partying harassment of Pink when he no longer could do it himself is so crazy. But it seems like he's finally, like, kind of given that up. So the smear campaign didn't work in a way. I mean, it worked. Like the fucking Tectone TBYS video got, like, tons of views. You know, Pink was doxxed, and, like, there was the bug in, like, the county website where it wasn't supposed to release the documents of the lawsuit, at least the unredacted version. And somehow Legal Mindset not only got his hands on the unredacted documents, he also got his hands on, like, some random fucking polygraph test that Tectone had taken. And the only way that that's going to happen is if Tectone gives it to him. So, like, you can see the strings there being pulled in the background. And also there's, of course, you know, Pink, I believe, has publicly alleged that there was coordination between Tectone and TBYS in the production of the video.
Doxed someone.
So that's, again, another thing.
Is unequivocally false. In order to dox someone, you have to have intent. That intent has to be malicious, and you have to post identifying information about that person. None of that happened. But it gets a little deeper. I decided to look into what happened with Angry Joe, and I came across this interaction. In this screenshot, you can see that Joe and a Twitter user are discussing the time Joe posted the exact same image I did, also under the assumption the image was of Yellow Flash. In this screenshot, the Twitter user makes the claim that Yellow Flash is the only source for the claim that the person in the photo has cancer because Flash apparently met that guy. So this entire time, a guy who has all the incentive to lie is the only source for the claim the man in that photograph has cancer. Until Flash posts actual evidence that this man is suffering from cancer, we can treat this claim as dubious at best. I remind you, the image I and Joe shared has been floating around for at least a year, and in April of this year, you can see another Twitter user shared this image, claiming this was Flash, and that Flash has been denying this.
I mean, the reason is that Tectone is, like, popular, or, like, was popular. Former OTK and shit. But, you know, now he's doing, like, the Nick Fuentes skinwalking on Rumble and getting almost no views, so. Wah, wah, wah.
This was him even before Angry Joe posted the image. So how is it possible that I have doxed this man when this image has been making the rounds on Twitter months before I ever posted it, and at least a...
Are you just restreaming this guy's videos? He was just, yapping for, like, 6 minutes straight.
Year on Reddit. The name in the screenshot is actually Flash's name, not the man in the photo. The location is apparently Flash's location.
Yeah, it's a psychotic demand to make of a guy in his someone audience. Like, oh, your post prove that you have cancer now. That's crazy.
Not the man in the photo. And since people have been attributing this image to Flash for a year, and he's been denying it for at least that long, it would make sense for him to make up a story about cancer to make anyone sharing this image sound worse. Now, I freely admit that's a theory, but until Flash provides solid evidence, it seems to me he's using cancer to weaponize empathy against anyone sharing an image of a man that kinda looks like him. Now, on to the second thing you may have heard floating around about me. Some real losers are
losers. Some real losers. So this is the Discord stuff, right?
Attempting to spread a claim about the safety of my Discord server, more specifically, that it's unsafe for minors. Now this...
I would make an AI photo of the guy holding up a sign saying I have cancer. I mean, it did. I mean, the AI results did convince the Birdman before.
This one makes me laugh because of how ridiculous it is, but I'll try to be...
Made up a fake story about cancer that people would stop mistaking with a random stranger. Did he actually say that? I wasn't listening. Oh dear. Anyway.
A Discord server, more specifically...
Let's focus.
That it's unsafe for minors.
Unsafe for minors. Yeah, I mean, well, I think Discord generally is unsafe for minors, so...
Now,
well, at least when it's not, like, heavily moderated and, well, let's see what he says.
This one makes me laugh because of how ridiculous it is, but I'll try to be at least half serious. Ever since I started the Exposing the Grift series, I've had these smaller, unknown creators taking shots at me in their futile attempt at making a name for themselves.
Futile.
I've even dunked on a few of them, but they have been restless in their attempt at finding a gotcha on me. So,
a gotcha. What even is like a gotcha outside of like, isn't that just like a way to make a criticism, like, or to diminish the value of a criticism? To call it a gotcha.
So much so that they've taken to invading all of my social media platforms.
They've invaded all my social medias.
And spying and waiting for a slip.
Spying. It's not really spying, is it? It's like, you posted, it's a fucking public Discord that you let anyone join. And if people go there and look at what you've posted, that's not spying. You made that stuff publicly available. That's, like when you type things into my chat, okay? You guys right there, you are publishing media, and I'm also republishing the media you've published because I'm showing your chat messages. Like, that's public information. That's why YouTube says, like, hey, don't, do not, it's the reason why YouTube says, like, hey, you know, don't post anything that's like, you know, don't share anything like any private information. These are public messages. And you might think like, okay, well, it doesn't matter, guys. Hey, listen, if I I could actually show you guys something interesting here, because I've been doing a little bit of stuff, a little bit of stuff. I got introduced to like the world of Claude AI, and I've been using it to build. I've been using it to build certain kinds of tools. So you might think to yourself, hey, you know, 2 years ago I made a chat message saying this and that, okay? Like no one's gonna see this, right? Well, this is a little invention that I've created, okay? It's called the Nicandro's YouTube Live Chat Analyzer. I just click open here, and I navigate to a folder. You see, oh dear, is it, oh, it's not showing. Thank God. There are certain programs you can use to, you know, very quickly write down by hand, you know, definitely not automate anything. Quickly write down by hand, like messages that somebody has made, or like, you know, YouTube live stream chats. There's a way to do that. So now I'm loading in all the material. Okay. These are Legal Mindsets live streams. 471 of them. And we can like look, analyze, you know, how many super chats he's getting or he's gotten. Apparently there's 124,000 US dollars. And according to, you know, this AI's estimation, like he's made between what, 13th of April 2022 to 25th of June 2026. So that's like what, 4 years. He's made 173,000 US dollars in super chats. So that's cool. And you know, we can put in like put in some word like whatever, garlic, and find everything that every mention of the word garlic. We can look up authors, you know, most active chatters, most active super chatters, things like that. And you know, analyze, like if we take like for example this warranty void person, we can see the streams that they have participated in. We can click over here to see the messages. Let me remove the garlic part, you know. Check the context of the nearby messages that they have sent. And also there's a button for each message. You know, they say here, sus indeed. If I click over on watch, it will pull up the specific live stream. Oh my god. With a timestamp.
Definitely suspect. So people are saying
of,
this
when
is
that guy said that. So there you can see right there, warranty void saying, sus indeed. Can you analyze which percentage of Tecton's vocabulary are slurs? You can do that, yeah. Rumble does generate like captions. But yeah, like you know, tools like this, if you're thinking like, hey, I'm gonna say something on a live stream, no one's gonna see it. Somebody can see it. So, yes, they can, as long as those are public. If you're concerned about like, oh my god, I don't want my information or like my live chat messages to be out there, in your YouTube settings, I believe in like, let's see here. If you go to your, like the U view, I believe there is a way where you can access like your search history, or like you can see a list of all your comments, every live chat message you've done, and you can delete them from there, but it's very slow. It is slow, but it's doable. If you don't want to want your like activity analyzed by somebody in this manner. But like, yeah, it's you know, surveilling information like this, it's very accessible. Like this thing that I just like I showed you, I don't have any coding or programming knowledge. Your talents like this are why I subscribe to you, even though I don't get to watch you often. I created this, okay? This thing, I talked to an AI. I said, hey, can you make me an HTML-based tool called the Nicandros YouTube Live Chat Analyzer? And I want you to, you know, here's an example of a JSON file of a, you know, or live chat, an example of like live chat exports. Can you make me an interface for browsing and like, you know, searching through these? Can you like set up a thing where I can make like graphs like this and stuff like that? This is all just like me talking to an AI and saying, hey, can you change the color of the logo? Can you make the logo like look like a bear? Like I have no coding knowledge. The level of shit you can do nowadays with like AI stuff. I know AI is very unpopular, but like this shit is crazy and insanely easily accessible. Anyone can do this shit. And for that reason, you should be very careful about what you post publicly. Yeah. Deleting the comments from the database is going to be too much good. Per frame video analysis is getting quite close to being viable for consumers. A stream with a chat on the side equals public. Yeah, so that's also possible. Like, people can, like, you know, if you're chatting on my stream, you know, like, people can OCR all of this shit, and from that determine tracking one chatter globally on YouTube like that would be closer to spying. So this is just like that. What I just showed you is simply like the public live streams on Legal Mindsets YouTube channel. If somebody has posted their social security number in a YouTube live stream chat and it ends up getting picked up like that by somebody else, that's kind of on you. Like, don't post your SSN. There's another tool that I made also for analyzing YouTube comments, and I've been scooping up all the comments of Nuxtaku's videos, and I gotta say, looking up, you know, things like I'm 10, I'm 11, I'm 12 years old. Let me search up. I'm not gonna show the message itself because this shit is fucking insane. Just to bet him or something. What the fuck? Oh, nothing. So like, so you guys know how like, Nux's descriptions, he's got like, the thing where it says like, hey, I'm, or like, hey, PG-13, my videos are PG-13, and I searched up, and I saw like one comment from 5 years ago saying, I read the description and be like, joke's on you, I'm 14. So that's a minor who's like saying, okay, the description says PG-13, so it's okay for me to watch this. That's fucking crazy. But if I had made my Nux video with these kinds of tools available at the time, the amount of like comments from minors wouldn't be like, you know, 12 on the screen. It would be like, you know, 50 or 100. Would have been a very massive number.
And they think they found one this time. I created my Discord in December of 2018. I didn't really know what it was. It was something people had been asking me to create for a while, and I just sort of
we need to make something where people subscribe. It's not really So again, I mean, if you guys like, if you see that and you're like, oh, I'm terrified, like it's kind of good, because you know, you should be concerned about what you type. You should be concerned about what you publish on the internet. You should be very careful and cautious and think about what you publish, because everything you do, you can't just be tracked like that. And if you think I'm doing something like crazy here, like, do you have any idea how much information is being collected by all kinds of, like, you know, foreign intelligence agencies? Like, think about it like long term. If you're spying on a nation's citizens for like 30, 40 years. Oh, thank you, Rocky BB, for becoming a supporter. If you spy on a nation's like citizens, you spy on everything, all the info, you harvest all the data. In 40 years or like in 30 years, all of their politicians, you will have so much dirt on them, you can control them to your liking. You know, so if you're looking up like BBC, BNWO, Sissy Hypno videos right now, and like posting on Reddit, ooh, I love love those kinds of video materials. You know, when you become a politician at age 35 or something, China is gonna like contact you and be like, hey, we know about the BBC, we know about the BBC comments of videos. You want this to be released in the papers? Well, you better do our bidding. You know, shit like that. You know, should be careful. You should be worried about what you publish online. You should be considerate. You like big burly BBC? Shut the fuck up.
As I saw it as another way to.
Let's try to continue with the Birdman, okay?
to engage with my audience, which in 2018 was tiny, by the way. As you can see, when I announced the service...
Doesn't everyone love BBC? In the UK, yeah, they, Nick's next video, 10 simple steps to blackmail future politicians. I'm just saying that, like, listen, if you're worried about me spying on you, like, there's way more people. Yeah. But, like, yeah, the thing is, right, is that when no one is coming after you, you have a sort of false sense of security where it feels like, okay, I can just say whatever the fuck I want, and there's no one really cares. But that's because no one really cares about you. When you get, when you get into a position of power, then suddenly all of that information you've previously released becomes a massive vulnerability, especially if you've been very, very generous with the kinds of things you've shared about yourself online. And for that reason, like, if you get into content creation, anything like that, you need to look up, you need to understand, like, OSINT, OPSEC stuff before you set up your channel, before you upload your first video. Because if you don't have that shit, like, correct from the beginning, you are fucked.
I got 10 likes, and that was about the same amount of people who initially joined.
But yeah, so the Birdman's Discord server, guys, okay? We just talked about a little bit about surveillance, a little bit about surveillance tools, and how you can just talk to an AI and have it produce you a mass surveillance tool. Do you need an exported JSON of comments or live chat? Or can you track a single user and see where it's been? I mean, so the way how that thing that I showed you works is that I have gathered information, like, I've gathered the streams, like the chat data from Legal Mindsets, like, live streams, okay? Like, for me to find out where every place where someone's been, like, I would have to download, like, hundreds of thousands of people's, like, fucking, like, YouTube live chats. I don't got that kind of a, I don't have that sort of, storage or, like, the ability to parse that much data with my computer power. So, but again, like, that's how easy it is to, like, hey, let me look up everything, you've said on this person's streams. If you know someone, like, is a frequent chatter on someone else's, like, live stream, that's how easy it is to just pull up all that stuff. You don't need to spend, like, 20 hours manually, reading their live streams. I mean, like, what, there was, like, 400, stream chats there. And Legal Mindset streams are, like, what, 2 hours, 4 hours? So, like, 400 times 4, 1,600 hours of footage. How long would it take you to, like, read every chat message? Probably, like, half of that time. But putting together all the data of, like, hey, yeah, but, like, like, finding out everything someone said in somebody else's YouTube live chat or, like, someone's stream chat, it's, like, super easy. If those streams are still publicly available, so that the data can be manually with ink and quill, can be manually written down with ink and quill, okay? Absolutely no kind of automated harvesting of data. All right, we do not condone that here. We are respectful of the terms of service, okay? All of those live chats, okay, I wrote them down using like parchment. Okay, that's but yeah, like, no, this is that's a little spoiler for, like, spoiler for a video that I'm working on.
That server. My point is, at the point in which I created the server, I was a tiny creator with a tiny audience.
Tiny creator with a tiny audience. From what I recall, he was like 100,000, 100K. Let me see if I go to filmmod.com. Th3Birdman14. Oop. What is this guy's, TH3? There we go. So December 29, 2018. Let me just, God, I need to do the captcha on this browser and then on that fucking other thing so that I can, pull this up for you guys. Oh, okay. Well, damn. Oh, well, that's not tiny. That's not... Well, let me see here. It's gonna ask me to do the verification. Oh. Okay. That one. That one. So, like, field mod is another one of these things that you can, like, use to figure out stuff. Based on auto-generated... fucking hell. Based on automatically generated subtitles, the most common word the Birdman has said is dude. Okay, that's Duckstool7. So this is, a field mod uses, uses Internet Archive, the Wayback Machine snapshots in order to plot someone's, like, subscriber growth. And we saw there, you know, made the Discord in December 29, 2018. At that point, 36,000 subscribers. So, like, that's not tiny. That is not tiny. Huh. Doesn't show, like, older than 2024. Whatever.
But we were somewhat close-knit, being a smaller community. Back then, I basically knew everyone in my... We were somewhat close...
So this is the most insane thing about, like, this video, this response from Birdman. Oh, someone's been privately video... No. That's not necessarily what's happening. I believe FilmMod does pull from, like, the Internet Archive, results. So even if you private and delete videos, they will still show up on FilmMod. Can you check more Pegasus for Hassan and terrorism? Yeah, I can look up. Oh shit. What the hell? Anyway, Hassan. They typically, YouTube captions, when people say Hassan, well, more Pegasus searching for Hassan or Hassan, there's 452 clips found. If I look up terrorism, let's see. I had 36,000 close friends who I knew well and trusted. 151 clips found. Yeah, there we go. There's your answer. Which bear-themed Pokemon am I? Snorlax, Beware, or Ursaring? The only one that I know there is Snorlax.
Close-knit, being a smaller community. Back then...
So, as I was saying, the most insane thing about this segment is that the Birdman is affirming here that, like, hey, listen, I knew everyone at the start of the server. I am extremely well aware of, like, what happened on the server at the start.
A tiny audience, but we were somewhat close.
Which is such a silly thing to say.
Close-knit, being a smaller community. Back then, I basically knew everyone in my server.
Basically knew everyone.
Whereas these were the hardcore fans I'd gained up to that point. These were people I spoke to all the time on my channel.
He spoke to all the time. He spoke to them all the time.
And on Twitter. Some of whom were my actual real-life friends. Needless to say, these people were all adults, and they all knew me and what I was about.
All right, so the Birdman attests that he was very familiar with all the people on his server, and he's certain that they were all adults.
At that time, I was just becoming known for my Everything Wrong with CinemaSins series, a comedy series I created to poke fun at one of my favorite YouTube channels, CinemaSins. In those videos, I routinely make blue jokes. I'm famous for never featuring the number 69 in those videos, and instead, some form of sexual innuendo. My point is, I regularly make sexual jokes in my videos, lampooning CinemaSins' penchant for blue or sexual...
Yeah, I mean, that's how it looks, right?
Humor. The series...
They were all adults, asterisk, not intended to be a factual statement, yes.
Is to do to CinemaSins what they do to movies, after all. So, this is something I became known for. Now, I said all of that to say, 4 days after I created my server...
And then, like, he also does this. He shows that he's gone to the start of the server to attest that he's, like, read up on, like, what happened at the beginning.
The chatters and I were talking about anime. A chatter makes a wink wink nudge nudge joke that anime porn is the best anime genre, to which I responded that this chatter's #1 bookmark is Hentai Haven. There's a bit of missing context in this conversation. A user who isn't a part of the server anymore basically insinuates that anime sucks and that they don't like it for a silly reason. I don't remember the exact wording they used, and I'm assuming they got banned by one of my mods because all of their comments are deleted, but the response prompted me to post 2 messages, the first of which is me stating that there's anime for everyone, and to circle back to the earlier joke I made about Hentai Haven. This is what prompted an abject moron to claim my...
You never even used that screenshot? Yeah.
Server is unsafe for minors. A joke I made about Hentai Haven back in 2019.
So again, we have another affirmation here that, you know, that will only serve to doom him. Like, making this statement, server/content isn't even for minors. Like...
Stupidity.
The only thing he can get from this statement, like, is a liability. Why would you say this?
Of this nonsense makes my ass itch.
Okay.
I've noticed that ever since the Exposing the Grift videos, people have forgotten that I cut my teeth on YouTube telling jokes exactly like this one. Hell, I made the same joke this year in my K-pop Demon Hunters video.
These K-pop manslaughterers will now leave this unguided missile of a plane to kill whomever it decides to land on.
They're K-pop Demon Hunters,
Indeed.
not J-pop airplane landers. The latter didn't get a wide release, as there are only 2 episodes on Hentai Haven. This is why my Discord is unsafe for minors. Because I told a joke.
Wasn't there like, am I like remembering wrong? Wasn't there like some kind of a tweet that like Tariq Nasheed made? Talking about like, oh, here's the reason why your ass feels itchy around white people, around white guys. Something, I believe I remember him making a tweet along those lines. It might be deleted, I guess, I don't know.
Joke about anime 7 years ago to 15 to 20 adults. And finally, the
15 to 20 adults?
Third thing, easily the stupidest one. In 2021...
How does making adult jokes in his videos answer the criticism that he is reckless in his analysis? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's totally non sequitur. Like, what you do, like, if you're publishing content online, unless you're, like, directly addressing a member of the audience in that content, it's not the same thing as just putting out a video out there where you say Hentai Haven. Like, that is not comparable to you hanging out on a Discord server, on a chat room, with minors, and you're like talking about like hentai with them.
I uploaded a video to my channel.
Or you're mentioning hentai websites, or talking about going on hentai websites. It's not the same.
Of me dealing with an extremely rude manager of a Domino's pizza location. I'm not going to play the entire 14-minute video here, but the long and short of it is that I'd received an email from a Domino's pizza about some
I believe that there was something that a Harmful Opinion sent me just now regarding regarding how active the Birdman is on his Discord server. So I can pull that up right now. It's great to see you interact with us. This server feels more complete when you talk with us. And the Birdman responds to this by saying, I usually have Discord up on my third monitor. I haven't recently because I've been making some videos that won't be shown to the public, and for at least the past couple days I've been schooling these people on Blade. So like, constantly on Discord. Discord constantly open.
Inspiring points I had.
And there was also a link. What did Harmful? What video did he link me? Let's take a look. Some kind of Donkey Kong Bonanza stream from 11 months ago.
When can we next expect to see you around on your Discord server? I'm always on Discord. My Discord is literally on the screen right now. Is there something going on that I should know about, or?
Does he say at some point that he's not on Discord all the time, or that he doesn't pay attention to it? Oh yeah, I think he does later on, but yeah, we'll see. I'll keep this. I'll keep that clip.
Decided
keep that clip up.
To use those points, which earned me a free pizza, and the location that was set to deliver the pizza to me basically decided they didn't want to deliver a free pizza. This resulted in the manager lying.
He shows a screenshot of the Domino's pizza being unlisted when it was privated by the time he released his response video. Yeah.
To me over the span of 2 phone calls, canceling my order for no reason that could be articulated to me, and verbal abuse from this person on the second phone call. So I decided to drive down to the location and confront the manager about his behavior, the entire encounter of which I recorded. Upon meeting me, the manager completely changes his tone, lies about who called me on the phone even though I recognize his fucking voice, and basically tries to bullshit me because he definitely did not expect me to actually come down there. I gave this guy a piece of my mind, and I don't even try to hide my frustration with him.
Honestly, I don't really give a fuck about the pizza shit.
Again, I recorded the entire interaction from the moment I got out of my car and the moment...
Like, it's just like, he's just like not getting the point at like, what the fuck are you doing?
When I went back to my car, and I posted this on my channel and on Twitter. Domino's saw the video, sent me a DM, and rectified the situation, which apparently went well enough that I deleted the original tweet. I don't really remember all the details, as this was 5 fucking years ago. The funniest claim these idiots made about this situation, though, is that the guy at Domino's was a teenager. That was a grown-ass man, nearly bigger than me, and was the fucking manager of the location. He literally says that in the video.
You said your name is... Yes. And you're the manager at this location here in... You are? Correct. Okay, cool.
Are you starting to notice a pattern here, dear viewer? That these morons are digging into my past to find a gotcha, but all they found was a joke on Discord from 7 years ago?
I mean, yeah, this is, that's true. Yeah, I genuinely would not give a shit about him crashing out at a pizza place 5 years ago, except for the fact that he apparently still thinks this is worth defending. Yeah. Yeah, that's the... It is an additional funny thing.
And a video I uploaded to my own YouTube channel 5 years ago. These are the so-called allegations against me. And some of you were wondering why I wasn't bothering with this stupidity. Well, it's because these are a bunch...
Well, you bothered with it now. Yeah, that's also a thing, like, if you have to censor something in a video that you posted onto YouTube, and you're like saying like, here, I did nothing wrong in this video, but you had to put in additional censorship, that's kind of, like, clearly you must have done something wrong.
Bunch of...
If there's things you have to redact.
Nothing burgers that bigots and losers are trying to...
Bigots and losers, okay?
...to spin as something bigger than they are. This is the textbook definition of an ad hominem, that my arguments...
What? So posting people's faces and shit? Like what?
Against their favorite grifters are so fucking airtight that they have to dig in my Discord for 7-year-old jokes to make it seem like we talk about sexual things with minors. That I apparently made fun of a cancer patient. That I won a fight against Domino's. Stop wasting my motherfucking time.
Wow, he's so cool. Oh my god. Do you guys see the Venetian blinds? Wow. It's like a I will not be attending the Finfur convention. I don't even know what that is. Chills, literally chills, yeah. So, let's see here. We can actually take a look at some of the some of the data. So this is a thing called chatanalytics.app, which what you're seeing here is just a way to browse or like see activity, or when you export a Discord server, you can process the material, the data, with chatanalytics.app. You can see the link right here. And I've shown like these charts on like the Nuxtaku response to Nuxtaku before. Unfortunately, I wish I had this at the time when I made the Nuxtaku video. It would have been so nice. But unfortunately, this tool doesn't let me change like the definition or the criteria for what is an active author. So when people join a Discord server and they never send a message, because when they join, it posts that message of like X person has joined the server, like that counts as one of your messages. After a point in time, it began to count. I got an alert that OBS had disconnected. Well, I'm pretty happy that things are going well. So, like, it will count you joining a Discord server as you being active on there for a single month, even if you never post. Okay. Apparently, people are saying F. Oh. Anyone else got that? Okay, you're back. All right, we're back. Right, we're back. Good. Anyway, I was saying that, like, it's unfortunate you can't like change what is what's considered an active user, but you can see here that from the beginning, pretty high number of people were active. 100 people joining in, 46, 48. This is certainly more active than the Nuxtaku Discord server or Patreon Discord, which is, a paid Discord versus public Discord. Muted? No, I'm not. Shut the fuck up. Oh, shit. Yeah. 9,000 messages, 3,000, 3,000, 10,000, 11,000. Most active authors are deleted users. Yep. There's not really anything, let me look up, oh, they have mentioned hentai 67 times. In January 2019, August 2019, February. Pretty frequent mentions of hentai, once a month in 2025 for a short spurt of time. Hentai lord. Okay, let's leave that be. So let's pop in and take a look at Harmful joining in on the Birdman Birdman drama.
You're not familiar with me, but I am unfortunately growing more and more familiar with you. First off, credit to Future Nightmares for tipping me off there might be something to look for, as well as providing me access to the server and an archive of the server. Hello, Birdman. You're not familiar with me, but I am unfortunately growing more and more familiar with you. And I would have asked you about this first, but you already have me blocked on Twitter, so I imagine you don't want me to contact you. I believe that everyone makes mistakes, and especially with the passage of time, people can learn and grow. However, if we look at that like a little timer, the space for growth, if someone defends past mistakes, or perhaps things that weren't actually mistakes, and especially if they lie about those past mistakes, in my eyes that timer sorta resets, goes back to 0. Future Nightmares made a video or two about the Birdman, and one of them covers something that was going on in his Discord server. I'm going to be honest, it was kind of a mid-attack. But Birdman, you like fighting games. In Tekken, what happens when you try to duck a mid-attack? In defending himself against Future Nightmare's claims, the Birdman has told an insane lie. Well, to be fair, he said a lot of stuff that's true, but the most important parts are lies. And the things he said that are true mean he must know he's lying. Let's go over it real quick. He's talking about his Discord server and its start.
As you can see, when I announced the server, I got 10 likes, and that was about the same amount of people who initially joined that server.
Yep, sure, he'd go on to promote it in various videos, but especially at first, it was not very big. It would seem a little bit more than literally 10 within a day, but not massive.
My point is, at the point in which I created...
I believe at this point in time, Harmful did not have access to like an export of the server that contained the ability to be processed in this manner, so that's why he's going based on a guess from like a random comment. There's different ways to export Discord servers. You can export as an HTML. The best way to do it is with a Discord chat exporter in the JSON format, because then you can use it with the Discord chat exporter frontend, which is this thing right here, and you can also use that. You can, you know, have it scanned or analyzed by this software.
The server, I was a tiny creator with a tiny audience, but...
Guess that's relative and depends on perspective, but
36,000 subs.
Sure enough, fine, I'll grant you that.
We were somewhat close-knit, being a smaller community.
This seems true, and remember this, because this is actually quite bad for the Birdman.
Back then, I basically knew everyone in my server, as these were the hardcore fans.
Discord chat exporter doesn't save the attachments though, FYI. Yes, it does. That depends on the settings. Now, the thing with the Discord is that they've gotten a lot more active when it comes to like, let me see here. When it comes to like, let me just, so anyway, so Discord has gotten really like, much more, sensitive about like their like automation detection. So if you try to export a Discord server, you get it's much easier to get banned nowadays. So if you want to have Discord servers exported like this to allow for this kind of analysis, like when Future was trying to do it himself, he got 2 of his accounts like banned by Discord. But you can go to we had the export that we have was done by Jenny Matrix, and if you don't want to take care of that headache yourself, if you want to pay somebody to do it, Jenny can like get yeah, you lost 2 alts. Jenny can take care of that for a price. It's again, like this is for like content creators, so like if you make money from your videos, it makes more sense. But like, you know, as an investment. But if you're just like, ooh, I want to back up my like friend's Discord server, if you're willing to pay $50 for like a text-only version, sure. But you know, if you want the media, and depending on, of course, the size of the server, you know, the payment, you know, goes up.
I'd gained up to that point.
Again, yes, he certainly knew them. Some of them apparently pretty darn well.
These were people I spoke to all the time on my channel and on Twitter, some of whom were my actual real-life friends.
Again, all right, fine, I believe him.
Needless to say, these people were all adults.
And that's where I'm going to have to stop you, Birdman. He then covers what Future Nightmares brought up, which was a pretty weak attack. It was Birdman mentioning a hentai site. In the presence of minors, in a server that acknowledges the presence of minors, well, he likely knew there were minors. Okay, there's more to it than that, but I'd like to show you what he put on screen. My server/content isn't even for minors. Even though that's the case, we have rules in place just in case. Wonderful. Acknowledges that minors can get in, it's not really for them, but you acknowledge they can get in, they might look at it, so you have rules in place to protect them. Cool. Well, not just you. Your mods protect them, yeah? One question, Birdman. How old were your mods? Or let me be more specific. How old was the very first person you appointed as a mod? Let's take a look at that. We can go back to the start of the server and see people starting to join. Someone called Aluminum says hello everyone, and Birdman says, sup brethren. 9 minutes later, Birdman says to Aluminium, I know you wanted to be a mod, Ali, so I'm going to grant you that permission.
We can actually, we can take the opportunity to go and check that message. Mod Ali posted by the Birdman. So let's see, from the Birdman. Oop. God, puts the fucking, let's see how long it takes to find this. Okay. So I put on that that filter for the sake of in case some kind of suggestion popped up. There we go. Are you gonna pick random people for mods? Shit ton of welcome notices. All right. I know you want it to be a mod, Ali. I'm gonna grant you that permission. Yeah. So this is seems like a real message. Did you know he has junior mods now? Yeah, that's is this a Minecraft mod? No. Probably not the best idea. Not the best idea to like yeah, let's keep going.
And Aluminum says, "Thanks, Birdman." A couple minutes later, a user who goes by Howler's Moon asks how mods are being appointed, and Birdman explains that he is appointing people he's spoken to a lot. Like Birdman said, it was very tight-knit. These are people he knows very well. Back to my question. How old was this Ali fellow that Birdman knew very well, had spoken to a lot, and decided to appoint as a mod into his server that supposedly isn't meant for minors? Go ahead, take a guess. 3, 2, 1... 15. Just kidding. This message is from a year later. They were 14.
These were people I spoke to all the time on my channel and on Twitter, some of whom were my actual real-life friends.
By the way, if you guys want me to like check any of those like messages, like, ooh, can you show the context of those? Let me know.
Needless to say, these people were all...
You know, we have the export open right here. We can just, over here, we can like just look up that message.
All adults.
To be fair, some of them were adults. A few months later, the Birdman made a user who goes by Pericles a mod. Congratulations on becoming a moderator, Pericles. The decision was made solely by me. I didn't consult with other mods. This Pericles fellow was 32 years old. Allow me to show you the interaction where I learned that. On September 14th, 2019, Aluminum's 15th birthday, he says, I thought the server got raided while I was taking a shower. Pericles responds, Ali is underage. Ali is underage. Ali is underage.
Was the 14-year-old his real-life friend, by the way? I do not know that. I don't know. I hope not. We could look at the we could look up this Ali is underage message. All right. Let me this time check. Do I actually have any suggestions? No. This is all fair and good. From Pericles the 8th. Ali is underage. I hope there's nothing erotic on screen. Okay, those seem to be normal pictures. There we go. So here we have the message. Ellie's underage, Ellie's underage, Ellie's underage. So how was that shower? And he proceeds to post several gifs of the special individual from Family Guy. And people's reaction is, what the actual fuck? As you might expect. What? Let's see how long, Alright, seems like it's, Yep, it's, Oop. The heat died of that one very quickly.
So, how was that shower? Then lets everyone know he's 32 and shares a gif of the pedophile from Family Guy.
There were two gifs, okay? The context was missing.
Very funny joke. I'd suggest maybe not actually involving a 15-year-old on the internet next.
He was such a creep that the one user leveled up for calling him out.
Time though. Anyway, point is, it...
Okay, let's not get too crazy, okay?
was well known.
It's not a Predator Discord.
It's a kid moderating the server, and we can see a mod who got relatively close to Birdman, a story I won't share today, directly acknowledging it. It wasn't exactly hidden, and Birdman said he knew the people there very, very well. So, to hammer this in and be crystal clear, just like to remind you again that Aluminum, I think was the first person to speak aside from Birdman on the server, was made a mod within minutes of joining, was not modded simply because of his Patreon contribution as it appears some people eventually were, because he didn't pledge, was well known in that server to have been the age he was well known to Birdman prior to the creation of that server, based on Birdman's statement in his recent video, and based on Birdman's statement in the server at the time. And today, Birdman says,
needless to say, these people were all adults.
We know that you definitely know that's not true. Part of your defense is emphasizing how well you knew everyone who joined early. And this is the first person.
I mean, again, like, the thing is, like, you can make jokes that you're a pedo, but when you involve a real child, it's not so funny.
And you made a mod, based in part on having already talked to them about this before you even made the server. And something I must point out in case Birdman tries to claim his memory of the start of the server is actually fuzzy.
4 days after I created my server, the chatters and I were...
What he says here doesn't matter. What matters is what was on screen. That screen cap is not in the video accusing him of stuff, and it's from a few days after the start of the server. So you took that screen cap, right, Birdman? You went back and refreshed your memory, and then said what you said in the video. What's going on, big guy?
These were people I spoke to all the time on my channel and on Twitter, some of whom were my actual real-life friends. Needless to say, these people were all adults.
Why did you tell this lie? That we know you double-checked is untrue? And why, when talking about this time period especially, did you put on screen that your server's not for minors, and not mention that a minor was moderating it? It's so weird because it could have just been dodged. You absolutely did not have to make any concrete claim about the presence of minors at all. You could have just focused on it being fine if there were. Instead, you went all in on, I knew these people, we were close-knit, I was very familiar, all of them were adults at the start. Like, you didn't even decide to say, you didn't know. Pisses me off, and I'd love to hear an explanation. Like, especially considering we know you've gone back and looked and taken screenshots from the start of the server, your lies are outrageous. You say in this new video,
I created my Discord in December of 2018. I didn't really know what it was. It was something people had been asking me to create for a while, and
your second post in this Discord after you opened it up was telling people that you already used Discord and had one for something else.
I didn't really know what it was.
What are you playing at, mate? Oh, and if there's anything else weird that you definitely know about, you should come clean about it now.
Alright, so let's see here. So I believe soon later,
My name's Future Nightmares.
Future made a video about how much of this is about the Discord. So I wanna focus on the Discord stuff, preferably. The doxing claim, don't really care about that much. Yellow flash thing. Let's see the Discord.
Your position on what is and isn't doxing, would you? Now, I'm not going to fully touch everything regarding the Discord server, as Harmful Opinions is now taking over on that, and I have far more knowledge regarding what's happened in there. But I want to address some of your argumentation. You blatantly lie and said you had no idea what Discord was.
A slip up, and they think they found one this time. I created my Discord in December of 2018. I didn't really know what it was. It was something people had been asking me to create for a while, and I just sort of relented as I saw it as another way to engage with my audience, which in 2018 was tiny, by the way. As you can see, when I announced the server, I got 10 likes, and that was about the same amount of people who initially joined that server. My point is, at the point in which I created the server, I was a tiny creator with a tiny audience, but we were somewhat close-knit, being a smaller community. Back then, I basically knew everyone in my server, as these were the hardcore fans I'd gained up to that point. These were people I spoke to all the time on my channel and on Twitter, some of whom were my actual real-life friends. Needless to say, these people were all adults, and they all knew me and what I was about. At that time, I was just becoming known for my
As you can see in this screenshot, the Birdman did have a Discord server prior for a different reason. Meaning that he had full knowledge of what Discord was at the time when he created his server, which I don't understand why you would have to lie about this.
You also blatantly lied that they were all adults, as you made a 14-year-old minor your very first moderator. Also, you chose the very easiest one in your video to quote-unquote debunk, but don't address the rest of the video of what I had brought up in my video, like the full nudity anime picture, as well as people chatting about porn folders and having a porn addiction in front of minors. Now, to the benefit of you, you did delete that full nudity artwork, but it's surprising that you didn't mention that at all regarding your response video. So, I know you watched...
So that's also a very... shit. Like, very fishy thing to, like, shit. God damn it. Very, very fishy thing to, like, go and delete messages, but then just, like, not address that part of the criticism.
My video, Birdman, so I know what you know about what I said about your Discord. Maybe, I don't know, it's because you know that there's no defense for it. So pick the easiest narrow argument and dodge the rest of the evidence I've shown from your server. And to be clear, I know there's far worse in there that I would love to make public, but I'm going to send you to Harmful Opinions video in the description. As well, subscribe to his channel for more updates regarding the Birdman. Just know, there's a reason why the Discord issue only takes up 6% of his 17.5-minute response. Now the Domino's response is really easy, as Birdman doesn't address the main component of my complaint. And
yeah, I don't really care about the Domino's thing. Let's take a look at the follow-up.
The Birdman has responded to my previous upload. In a Reddit post, YouTuber The Birdman has responded to my previous upload. He did not take the opportunity to open up about what he must know I've found, and so we'll only be going over this very quickly, before moving on to that. He essentially decided to say that when he claimed that all the people who joined his server at the start were known to him, and they were all adults, he was speaking in generalities, and he wasn't lying when he said they were...
God. Just don't say it, dude.
We're all adults, because he always makes sure he doesn't know if they are or not. Alright, man, I'm not...
Makes the claimers aware that this person was underage. When I modded them, I have DMs showing the mod literally asking me if I knew their age, which I didn't. Can bro show that? Did bro show that? Like, this guy's asking for, like, evidence. The guy is asking for evidence of, like, the... a random like person's like cancer being real, but then he just like says like, oh yeah, I have a DM from this person where they tell me that I tell them that I don't know what their age is, and then he says like, oh, it's 7 to 8 years ago. Well, he went back and looked.
Not even gonna bother getting into that.
Yeah, and also that are there anything else? Is there anything else about the circumstances about that DM?
That one. He does mention that the mod he appointed when they were 14 once asked him if he knew his age. I'd like to suggest if you got someone you put into a mod position asking you, hey, do you know how old I am? Should probably be a little bit of an uh-oh moment. But it doesn't matter, because Birdman moves on to talk about his position on minors as mods in general. To the Birdman on Discord, age is a number. Like, actually, for real, that's what he said. Age is a number. He doesn't
Age is a number.
care how old you are if you want to be a mod, so long as you do the job well. I feel there's something a little bit whack about having rules in place specifically to protect underage users that will be carefully monitored and enforced by underage mods. Is that not nuts? Am I going crazy? Why the hell would anyone say this ever? He also says, aside from policing content, he leaves it up to the mods to police the other mods, which will come up later, and that he's rarely in there, which is true from like 2023 onwards, but wasn't really about the time period really in there.
So let's take a look at this again, huh? Anyone in my server will tell you seeing me in my own server is like seeing Bigfoot. This means I'll occasionally miss some things like fights or even inappropriate material, racism, sexuality. We do our best to clean it up. I mean, again, like, you know, as harmful sent to us.
When can we next expect to see you around on your Discord server? I'm always on Discord. My Discord is literally on the screen right now. Is there something going on that I should know about, or?
Wait, this is August 23rd, 2025. No, that was 2022. Anyway, I was
which is
I was recalling something.
True from like 2023 onwards, but wasn't really about the time period we're talking about. Shout out to Jenny Matrix for the very nice Discord rip she took that allows analysis like this, and I've been told that she may be able to do stuff like this for you for a price. So anyway, yeah, age is a number, as long as they're mature enough, they're mod material. He ends by pointing out that I have dropped N-bombs on Twitter. That's true, especially in 2015-2016. You want to know something I haven't done though? I have never run cover for someone who currently moderates my Reddit and used to moderate my Discord when they got caught creeping on minors over the course of years. You have almost certainly never heard even the slightest whisper of this story, even if you're involved in Birdman's community, and there is a reason for that. The mod in question would ban and wipe people who noticed and called it out. In 2022, it was another mod on the Discord that noticed this happening and called him out. This mod couldn't ban him, and the Birdman himself ended up getting involved. He ended up intervening. And what was the Birdman's solution? Well, he made any mention of this mod's behavior a perma-bannable offense that he promised to enforce himself personally. Well, was that after getting rid of this guy? No, he can be seen still posting 5 days afterwards. And I personally got in touch with him, and he said to me that Birdman had no problem with him, he never got in any trouble, he just had a lot going on in his life at that point, and he didn't need the stress of people saying things about him, so he dipped. This is what we're going to talk about today. The mod in question is Pericles 8th. In 2019, he was handpicked by the Birdman to become a mod, and they were relatively close. Pericles has talked about DMing with the Birdman to update the Birdman about his cancer. The guy was apparently very sick, and Birdman felt for him. That's lovely. The Birdman would worry about him when he wasn't active on Twitter, and was super glad to hear that his cancer ended up in remission. Awesome. Screw cancer, obviously. However, Pericles was not just le wholesome cancer man. I've shown you one example of him as a man in his 30s being a bit weird with someone he knew was 15 at the time, the underage mod, Aluminum. But from the start of 2019 to the end of 2020, he could be characterized as a sort of child-seeking missile. One he took special interest in was this person who now goes by Ori. Now he at one point said he was a preteen, but at other points said he was older. And whenever ages are mentioned, it seems like this Pericles guy is just on it. Like check this out from 2019, a handful of people including Aluminum and Ori talking about their ages. And Pericles drops by to make a drive-by comment. I see a lot of underage sex in this channel. It's not really clear what he means by this and it's not explained. Maybe messages were deleted at some point. Let's jump back though and go to the start. Pericles' interest in Ori started a week or two before he was made a mod, and it seems fine, I guess, or maybe even good at first. 3rd of April 2019, Ori, who then went by a different name, talks about suicidal feelings. Pericles invites him to talk privately, and Birdman offers to be his new family. Off the back of that offer,
yeah, that's I've seen a couple of those kinds of messages from like the Birdman's from the Birdman on his Discord, where it's like being extremely parasocial with people, being like, hey, listen, you have us now, I'll be your new family, you have us now. And it's just it's not appropriate. Like, you shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff with your audience members, okay? Calling them like your family.
Him to talk privately, and Birdman offers to be his new family. Off the back of that offer, Ori says that his dad beat him when he was
it's very weird stuff.
4 to 6 years old. Pericles asks his age and he says 15. Pericles asks if he still lives with his parents, and he says no. So far, a little bit prying, but trying to give help or advice. Pericles emphasizes that he's in his 30s, he's been through a lot, things can get better. Great. A few days later, Ori talks about being depressed and says he's going to be off for a few days. Pericles asks him to get in touch and check in when he can, either here or in DMs. Over time, Pericles is made a mod, and he and Ori become more and more familiar. Pericles starts engaging with Ori's content on YouTube. Doesn't appear to be around anymore. I don't know what the Touching You comment is. Maybe the Darkness song was in. Fine, okay, but the time is ticking. This 15-year-old who was originally offered private support and mentorship is getting closer and closer to 18.
So that's again like a thing that I mentioned in my response to Nux, is that like, if you see kids on the internet in trouble, or like, troubled kids on the internet, do not become the professional help. Refer them to professional help, like ideally.
Our boy Pericles was playing the long game, but he couldn't quite wait. He's been cultivating a bond over years and he wants his harvest. If we jump forward a year and some change, we can
seems being way too generous if you ask me. I mean,
find Ori.
I don't know, I think he's been like Pretty fair.
Announcing his 17th birthday. We can see Pericles saying sup, and Ori says, it's my birthday, boys, I'm 17. Pericles responds by saying, I can't wait till next year, because then, when I say that you're sexy as fuck, it won't be as weird. Back then, he would have been a couple years younger than I am now. I'm 34. I'm putting myself in those shoes. No, I don't think so, bro. Swooping in, helping this teenager. Oh, I know how the world is. It gets better. Let me teach you. Couple years down the pipe. Can't wait till you're 18. No, I don't think so, bro. They're surprised to learn that he's not straight, and he explains that he's bisexual. Now, his activity on the server goes off a cliff for a really long time after this. Jump forward to February 2022. His activity spikes for 1 month. He posts over 1,000 messages. Now, there's other weird stuff, but what he was doing with Ori is what people pegged, and when he popped his head up again in 2022, he got hit with it. That's why I'm focusing on this one. And when it comes up, we get to witness an almighty crash out. Now, before the point I'm jumping into the crash out from, it seems like stuff's missing. Like stuff may have been deleted, may have been connected to bans. So we're gonna hop in from where it seems like there wasn't any disruption at all. Pericles, who went by Not a Sausage Sith at that time, poked at someone for saying something about a minor. That user clapped back with a screen cap of some of Pericles' weird behavior with minors from the last time he was active in the server. It's a joke, cope, says Pericles. KB responds, you can't joke about that. Pericles says, I can joke about that, cope. I'm mostly just going to be reading this, but I have to say I disagree. It is not merely a joke, it is flirting. Strange guy, wallahi, says KB. And
I could speed this up a little bit.
Pericles defends himself with the rules. You may be exposed to ideas or jokes that make you uncomfortable. Hey man, there's a disclaimer. Any teens that come in here have signed up for me to be weird as hell with them. Does asking 15-year-olds about their showers make you uncomfortable, libtard? He then shares another part of the rules to suggest that no, everyone else is breaking the rules. KB says he crossed a line. I would agree, especially as a moderator. Pericles responds, it wasn't pedophilia, bro. KB says that's not a joke. Yeah, it was lighthearted, but flirting often is. No, you both are crossing a line right now, says Pericles. KB asks how. Pericles responds with a snippet of the rules, explaining that everyone must obey the mods. Read that one carefully, then ask me about a joke again. Read the rules. I said I can't wait till he's an adult. I said I can't wait till he's an adult. Adults aren't kids, adults aren't pedophilia. Cope, you are all breaking rule 4. And mob mentality, and arguments. You are all breaking rule 5. KB responds, I don't give a fuck, calling out a pedo is fine. Pericles says, saying I can't wait till you're an adult as a joke is not pedophilia. Cope.
I mean, the funny thing, right, is it took this long for this guy to actually get challenged, and even then, the guy challenging him is being too generous. Like, that KB guy was, like, fighting with, I believe, with Nightmare on Twitter, claiming that there's nothing bad happening on the server, when, like, they have personally witnessed or personally been part of an effort to have someone who's, like, creepy around minors kicked out.
Give him a point, technically that's the wrong term, but bro was obviously waiting and watching to ramp things up with this person he first met as a more vulnerable, younger individual. It's an inappropriate joke, says KB. That's too far in the other direction. It's a guy in his 30s who mods this YouTuber's Discord, flirting with a 17-year-old. Is he a pedo? I don't know. Is he a creep? Hell yeah. KB says stop spamming the rules because everyone knows them. Pericles says so follow them already. KB says, and a joke that is tied with something illegal. Pericles says it is not illegal to cuddle with adults. Cope, learn how to read. A deleted user says okay, fine. Pericles says learn what a joke
What's the implication of that? It's like, oh, you were in a cuddle with him?
Okay, learn what humor is, follow the rules. KB says, joking about pedophilia, thumbs up. Your jokes are so funny. Deleted user says, the flark did I miss? KB shares the cap. Deleted user says, joking about pedophilia? KB explains he was saying it to an underage person and he's 34. Deleted user asks if it's a James Gunn situation. Nah, but this isn't an edgy joke, says KB. This was just weird. Furthermore, he banned those people. Deleted user says he banned Rarely Cold, he's still here. KB says, nah, but banned Harrison. And Mel, I think. Deleted asks, he banned Harrison? KB says, yep. Pericles says, breaking the rules multiple times. KB says, I know you might not care, but I do. All of them received multiple warnings. All of them disregarded them. All of them received a 24-hour ban. Follow the rules. Deleted says, oh thank God, I thought you meant permaban. Pericles says, you've broken so many rules today it's not even funny. KB says, you've broken the law, bro, I don't want to hear it. Pericles retorts, I've not broken the law. Go read the law and get back to me. Keep slandering me. Keep it up. Keep slandering me. Keep it up. KB says, keep banning people for saying you made an inappropriate joke. Pericles says, my attorneys will anxiously wait to hear about this, my guy. KB says, what rule did they break? A rule about arguments between users and a rule about mob mentality. You're not allowed to think I'm a creep. Sorry. Banned. KB says, this is different. Pericles says, catch up, read along. KB says, they're calling you out on making an inappropriate joke. Deleted says, man, you're only exacerbating the issue. Let it go. KB says, they're not ganging up on you for fun. Pericles says, your opinion that it's inappropriate. Your opinion. Deleted user says it was over a year ago. Pericles says, mob mentality. KB says, no, this is out of order. And Pericles repeats, I listed the rules they broke. Read, read, read. Learn how to fucking read, please. I can't be bothered, says KB. Deleted user says, maybe you should just step away for a bit. KB says, argue with yourself, bro, I'm gone. Deleted user says, you're exacerbating the disorder, whatever it was caused by. Pericles says, bye, come back when you can read. Deleted says, don't ban him. And Pericles explains, I can't ban another mod. It's against the rules, which he never read. Deleted says, then how do you deal with an unruly mod? The answer, of course, as KB points out, is that Birdman deals with it. Deleted says, I wish he could mod me. Otherwise, I'd call him in to deal with this himself.
Yeah, I mean, have you guys not all seen this stuff already? But from what I remember, where did the Birdman where did he respond to this? Because I believe he's responded somewhere that like, oh, having kids as moderators is like just fine, which I find like that is absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. Let me see actually if this is something to 7.0. Searching through things. 7.0. I'm searching things from a shit. Excuse me. How am I not able to search my own like messages from me? Okay. Let me see if this is the correct one. Oh yeah, this is the right place. Also should pick up this thing. So okay. So I believe Birdman's Nicadra's doxing protections. No, nothing like that. I believe Birdman's response to like this kind of weird behavior from Pericles. I believe his response involved him like basically going like, hey, whatever, like having child moderators doesn't matter, it's okay. And given the kinds of things you come across on Discord, it's not necessarily true. So it's gonna pull up here. Here is a Twitter conversation. A Twitter conversation. Okay. All right. You're on the fucking you're on thin ice. I'm just kidding. So we have a Twitter conversation. We've got Mauler saying, after Moon Knight, DS, I don't even know what the fuck this is, Thor and Kenobi, it's becoming downright common for defenses to be whittled down, even preemptively, to you should expect it to be bad because most stuff is bad anyway, and that's good. Desperate doesn't even cover it. And we have another person going, the phrase just turn your brain off is an admittance of a film being bad. I shouldn't have to be stupid to enjoy something. They should write a better script. And then we have another person chiming in called the Film Watcher at Crypto Skillet, comes in to say, if you require everything to make pure logical sense to enjoy a movie, you should either stop talking about movies or watch Field of Dreams. Who's ever said that? People who watch movies to enjoy them, instead of expecting some perfectly layered plot that puts logic over making the audience feel things. People like me. Now, if we go to the Birdman's Discord server, and we look for this individual's mentions of this individual, I believe the first thing from them. Yeah. They're very, very crypto skillets. They're very same. From this conversation, joined the Birdman's Discord server at some point in time, February, March 2021, and kind of very, things were not always, let me just turn on this for a second here. So we have Zeotrax, who is the individual that has been appointed moderator by the Birdman now. They mention, so guys, this is in 2023 by the way, joined but never spoke. Oh, they spoke, but their messages have been deleted. They've been purged. So guys, I am tired of hiding this. I'm tired of keeping this secret. I don't know if he's trying to change or anything like that. This is important and you guys need to know. A few months ago, Crypto, referring to Crypto Skillet, was caught messaging a minor and asking for disgusting requests, and so these screenshots speak for themselves. Warning, pedophilia. Now, I don't believe I can show these, because it's like some fucking really insane shit. Absolutely insane things being said. Basically, messages between this Crypto Skillet individual and a 13-year-old. Well, let's open up one of these, okay? Well, hold on. Wait, nah, I can't do it like this. Well, let's try this. Okay, yeah, I can't. I don't think I can show these. But you know, you're the same exact age as my one cousin. She turns 14 this month. So, yeah, if you can zoom in and look at what's being said in here, it's some insane shit. It's probably best for like a more edited video to reveal these, but like this is so I believe based on these messages, so this Zeotrax person and the Crypto Skillet person and then a third person, they had a group chat together where when they added like, you know, people to it, when they added like girls to it, every time there was a new girl, this Crypto Skillet person would DM them. We can actually look up, if we look up the word Crypto Skillet, we can find the other. Alright, so here they're talking about the conversation, talking about the lolly from, lolly character, quote unquote, from Edge Runners. And they're debating whether she is a child, and Zeotrax concludes, so unless Crypto Skillet made the series, she's not a kid. Mentioning Crypto Skillet, Toaster, did anyone tell you that Crypto groomed a minor? Who? Crypto Skillet. Again? I'm drawing blank. Wait, do you not remember? That one? Really? And this is the Birdman's Discord server. I never knew this. When? I got screenshots, man, like a year ago. And I'm just gonna show these. I'm not like, you know, like I could show these afterwards, like when they're censored better, but like I think on YouTube I might be might get in trouble. She was 13. How long have I been gone? 13. And so I want to note that's Sean Shamel. That's not this person's real name, okay? That's not that's the name of the voice actor of Goku, the English voice actor of Goku. And yeah, someone posts their like DMs with this guy, or some other messages saying like, she's still like 13. There really is no disputing it, Crypto. You are literally a pedophile. And then Crypto's response is, that is an entirely different thing from a 10-year-old. Yeah, Rex, like, it's crazy. What? What the fuck? It's awful. He even sent pics. And then they start talking about, like, he was terrible, man. He was a Snyder fan. He literally said Batman should kill. I like imagining... Fuck. Imagine, like, these being read by, by the voice actor of Goku. Dude. He said this to a kid, a 13-year-old. So, something you may have noticed in the previous conversation is that, so, also, Zeotrax also, establishes that they were 18 years old. Here's the thing, right? So, what Crypto would do is when we added a female to the chat, he would instantly DM them, instantly friend. And so what Zeotrax is referring to here is a group chat that is separate from this this Birdman Discord server. However, you know, Crypto Skillet and one other individual from the server were involved in running that group chat. So, you know, the relevance of this kind of stuff is that, like, a lot of crazy shit can happen on Discord servers. And if you say, like, oh, you know, a minor is totally fit to, yeah, this guy's, posting his DMs with the guy. If you're saying a minor is fit to do this kind of stuff. Let's see. So, this is an adult person, and like, from what I remember from the timeline of these messages, this is like, I mean, yes, they say right here, like a few months ago. So this person, who is now a moderator on the Discord server, also, I believe, an adult, like, it took them 5 months to, like, to make it public that there was, like, a predator going after a 13-year-old on a group chat that they were, like, moderating. And, like, I'm not saying that, like, what I'm trying to say here is that even for, like, this adult person, it was difficult to take action on that issue. And, you know, instead of instantly, you know, going public about that, or, like, warning people, like, it took them a few months before they decided to, like, hey, yeah, let's publish this information, let's warn people about it. I don't know if these people have even reported this guy to the police or anything like that, which is, again, yeah. But yeah, that's like, the thing is, like, minors are not fit to deal with these situations. Even, like, this person, as an adult, was not, you know, able to handle that very well. And for that reason, you gotta be, like you can't have kids doing this shit. Kids can do some parts of moderating, like, if you have a child as a moderator for, like, you know, deleting spam messages, I guess. But anyone with, like, in a position of power on a Discord, or, like, responsible for moderation, should be an adult person. Should be an adult individual. But I have a thing here. I have a thing here for, I gathered some messages from the Birdman's Discord server, because I came across a really funny individual while browsing the export earlier. And this is what I was putting together 10 minutes before, like, the stream started. But I somehow made it. So, so what you just saw, you know, reflected poorly, you know, on the Birdman's Discord server. I know, yeah, and what Doclock's saying here. Worst case scenario, an underage moderator gets exposed to actually illegal material. Yeah, and also, and yes, and also, you know, they can be exposed to illegal behavior. Like I mentioned something about there being like a Snapchat. Huh? Really? I figured out how to adjust the active user count on chat analytics export. Really? Really now? Well, I'm gonna be checking that shit right now. Adjust the threshold. Oh, it's a fucking Python script, okay. Wow. Anyway, I thought it would be like a GUI thing. But this is like something funny. So, something funny. And makes the Birdman's Discord community look better, actually. So, in 2025, early 2025, we have someone posting a Revsis Desu video, and people talk about it. They talk about Lolly, and then this individual right here, and I have censored their name because this is like some guy, you know. It's no point in putting them on blast, but they start defending Lolicon instantly. Lolicon is just fictional material, though I've been around the internet long enough to know that a lot of people don't know how to separate fiction from reality. So, and you can see like many instances where this guy talks about lolly art. Let's see here. Where does the more fun stuff begin? Oh yeah, so here he's like talking about like just defending. I'm standing by my points and actually not trying to fall into the people that I don't like, aka the grifters, and not falling into demonizing people's personal tastes because some assholes happen to share them. What's hypocritical about thinking any child, even if fictional, shouldn't be sexualized? If anything, that's like the most consistent take ever. I literally don't care if you goon in private and aren't stupidly public about it, but defending Lolly is like, why? It's not a mere difference of opinion. It kind of fucking sucks is once... God, these people like can't write and I can't read it. It kind of fucking is one simply sees it as another kink, another sees it as a crime, and once all people like what you said who like it locked up, that's straight up authoritarianism, dude. A kink. And this guy, this very normal person, responds, okay, that's just wow. Our lolly guy says, you haven't been on the internet long enough if you think that is not a kink, there's far more than that. Listen, I don't hate you or anything, but that was insanely creepy. Please rethink what you just said. Then guy comes in and says, pedophilia is not a kink, my homie. Lolicon ain't pedophilia, my dude. Educate yourself. This is some 2020 map shit you're on. Listen, I don't know if... / I don't think you like actual children, but this is insanely creepy. And this guy someone posted like a gif of like Donald Trump, and this guy said, you know, you remind me a lot of this guy right now. Ah yes, even though I'm anti-fascist and anti-bigotry, I'm exactly like the orange-faced Nazi because I simply care about defending people for getting falsely charged for absolutely nothing at all. I'm most likely far more leftist than any of you all. So this guy's saying like, yeah, I love Lolicon, I'm a leftist. Right-wingers also hate Lolicon too. It's not an alt-right thing to enjoy that sort of thing. You're defending CP right now and trying to spin your own narrative, right? I'm not defending CP because Lolicon is not CP. Motherfucker, yes it is. And there's this one very funny comment from this person. Nux is anti-lolly. Fuck that guy. We got the underage moderator, probably adult by now, saying, what's going on? People are dog-pilling me. Okay, so the concept of the dog pill, that's a bit different from what I think he was saying. People are dog-pilling me because I don't have a problem with Lolicon. The hell did I just miss? I got ganged up by Nazis. Hitler Youth in the making on here right now. So this person is calling people Nazis for not tolerating their like Lolicon preference. Bro calls anyone a Nazi if they don't agree with them. Something something. He's still on this? Whatever, man. Yup, despite the NDA by aluminum. Fuck's sake. Nah, you guys are all Nazi clowns who hate on Lolicon, all because you can't seem to separate fiction from reality. The amount... The amount of anti-intellectualism, all because I defend Lollycorn, is astounding. And then we got Batman's uncle saying, listen man, I don't know why you're upset, but take it somewhere else. I'm not the guy, please and thank you. And Lollyman comes in with, oh wow, look who it is who finally came out to speak to me after being a moralist piece of trash and persecuting me for my beliefs. Dude, we had our discussion back then, and it was supposed to be dropped. Then out of nowhere, you flipped me off, so who is starting again? This guy's like crashing out. No, I'm fed up with this fucking server and these fucking people around here. I'm fucking done with putting up with fucking disrespect all the fucking time, all because I have stuff I like. And this guy just like, leave then. Fucking Giga Chad. Go fuck yourself. I'm done with you all. Have a nice life, scumbags. No, I'm done being persecuted for everything that I fucking do around here. And I hope that Canadian bitch sees this shit too. People are calling moderators. Dude, it's a Discord server, lol. Hope he steps on a goddamn landmine in the army. Dude, it's a Discord server, lol. Okay, I already read that one. Okay, this is a fucking golden comment. These dickwads persecuted me, all because I spank it to Lollycorn. Why would you say it like this, dude? Huh? Yeah, I want no part in this. Later. We do not need to know who you spank it to, please. If you want to leave, don't give us a long-winded reason, just go and have a good day. You used to be nice to me before you followed the fucking sheep on here, you fucking hypocrite. Crowd-following piece of garbage. I hope you run into drive off a cliff with that shitty fucking truck you drive to work with each day. No, fuck these fucking morons, I'm done, okay? I hate them all. I hate how they treated me, and I fucking don't care about their pathetic lives. I am cordial to everyone until I found out about your views on what you like. Then you somehow make it my fault again. I wish you well and whatnot, but do not get upset that I don't chat with you like we did. And we got a guy being like, what did I walk in on? It's fictional fucking media, idiot. Holy shit. How do you idiots keep conflating that with real children? And we got KB coming in. Everyone has the right to an opinion. You don't have to respect the opinion. If those morons knew that from the start, then I wouldn't harbor hatred for their massive disrespect against me. Lollycorn has done nothing to harm anyone, full stop. Oh man. Dude, I'm worried when the final thing comes because it's so fucking good. No, don't worry. I clearly see no one likes me on here, and I clearly see I'm a stain on the server. I brought pizza, y'all. I'm just a black sheep. Everyone fucking hates all the time. Oh, dude. I don't get accepted anywhere. I get it. I don't belong here. I thought I finally found a place where I belonged, and of course, no one wants me here. And this guy responds, I never hated you, even if I felt you had weird views. I mean, I even said in those old convos that I don't hate you. And this guy responds, yeah, you did, and your buddy Canadian and everyone there hated me. What is this referring to? That I do not know. That I do not know. No, I literally even said, I don't hate you. Then why persecute me for what I liked? Bro, you can stay, just don't insult us and we could. And then we have KB saying, everyone stop arguing, I'm warning you. It's just not worth putting up with these anti-intellectuals anymore. And then KB warns him again, like, hey, feel free to express your opinion, but this type of stuff is not tolerated here. And then KB fucking ends it by saying, well, see ya, I'm done with this server and all the garbage that treated me badly. To those that didn't, well, good for them, but well, good for them. but no amount of abuse is worth putting up with any of this crap. And then he posts a fucking link to the Metal Gear Rising Revengeance soundtrack. Okay. So the official soundtrack to this message, ladies and gentlemen, this conversation is this is this music. When he was when he was debating all those Nazis on the Birdman Discord server. Yeah. Oh man. Oh my god. But yeah, this is oh, holy shit. Yeah. But in terms of material today, I got nothing. I got nothing else. But yeah, that's a crazy Discord crash out from a crazy lolicon crash out from a member of the Birdman's Discord server. And listen, like I said, this makes the Birdman's community look better, okay? Like, you know, smoked out a cringe anime posting lolicon person. But yeah, there's like more crazy stuff in there, like the Snapchat messages that someone was posting. Some miner was posting evidence of, or like, you know, posting material indicating that they had been sent nudes by some nonce on Snapchat. And then also that situation with like the the group chat thing, like that would require more extensive coverage, but people are saying like, oh, nothing bad ever happened, or nothing, you know, oh, underage moderators are totally fine to be handling these situations. No, they're not. And hopefully this is, some of this has been educational regarding that, made it very clear that when you're dealing with people, any situation where you're dealing with people or logistics, like if you fuck things up, even if you have good intentions, you can hurt a lot of people. But yeah, that's, let's see, where is my, there we go. Yeah, that'll be it for today. I hope you guys have enjoyed. Thank you all for the, all the viewers, the people who like the stream, that's always cool. Super chatters, all the VOD watchers if you're still watching. Yo! But yeah, I got nothing else today. See ya, guys.